Is Lake versus Richer, CV 2023 051480. Appearances, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Brian Blem on behalf of plaintiff Kari Lake.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph LaRue. With me is Jack O'Connor, Rosa Aguilar, for the defendant, recorder Stephen Richer, who is in the courtroom. And we also have with us Karen Hartman-Tejas from our office, who's another of our attorneys. She's not on the pleadings on this case, but she's here.
Good morning. All right. This is the time set for hearing on the plaintiff's request for an order compelling the disclosure of public records. Let's start by working through some of the issues concerning the scope of the hearing that are raised by the parties in their filings. Did you all get the plaintiff's responses to your motions in limine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So unless somebody has something that they think we need to take up, that's where I would propose to start. No?
No, nothing.
Hearing no objection, then that's how we'll do it. Okay. The plaintiffs are on top. I'll just go through them in the order that they happen to be in my notebook. The motion in limine regarding Rodriguez's testimony is granted because it's unopposed. The motion in limine regarding privacy and confidentiality, that is the proposed defense to the effect that the interests of the public in privacy and confidentiality outweigh the disclosure policy, to the extent that the objection is that that was not adequately disclosed, that's denied. It was in the answer. It was discussed at the first hearing. It's been clear all along that that's an issue. It's implicit in best interest of the state, if nothing else. So there's no prejudice. There's no surprise to the plaintiff. There is an issue that I want to talk about here that's tangentially raised in this motion. And the way it's raised is in this argument that the court can't consider these bases for rejecting the plaintiff's request because they were not before the recorder, setting aside whether that's, or because the recorder didn't rely on them. I guess is a better way to put it. Setting aside the factual assumption that's implicit in that, there's still the question that comes up of what effect, if any, does the recorder's decision have on what I decide? Another way to put it is, do I owe some deference to the recorder's decision? Am I deciding this from scratch? And that seems like an issue to me. So I wanted to hear from the parties on it. I'm not persuaded that this is an administrative law hearing. I don't think the rules about how the courts review EPA regulations really have much to do with it, but there nevertheless a question. I guess, Mr. Blem, since this is your motion, I'll let you start on this one.
I'm just trying to figure out which motion we're talking about.
We're talking about motion in limine re privacy confidentiality. Honestly, I've digressed a little bit from the motion just because it's a convenient place to raise this issue, and it's something I wanted to talk to the parties about.
Well, I agree, Your Honor, that this isn't an administrative hearing, but there are specific rules that apply. And when we get to a certain point, we're supposed to disclose everything. And you know, I would say similarly, Your Honor, with respect to witnesses. Calling witnesses without producing all of their information is somewhat of a surprise to the other party. It takes more work, you know, to get over that hurdle. And so with respect to, you know, any allegations they're making with, you know, these privacy interests that are new and weren't raised initially, then he's simply arguing that they shouldn't be able to argue them now.
Okay, I've ruled on that. Maybe I didn't make my question very clear. You're saying that what the county recorder decided, or the reasons that he decided it, limits what I do. And that's what I'm asking you about.
Correct, right? If this were an administrative law tribunal and what we decided, that would be the case. But there is case law, Your Honor, that stands for the proposition that, you know, the defendant is stopped from raising new and additional claims when you get to a certain point in the litigation. And so our argument is that they've raised those claims late and should be stopped from raising those privacy concerns at this stage.
Okay.
So,
Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Your Honor has raised the question about what, if any, deference does he owe to the recorder's decision. Our position is the court owes no deference whatsoever to his decision to deny the public records request. That presents an issue of law for this court as to whether he had a justification that allowed him to deny the public records request. However, we have taken the position and continue to take the position that under Arizona law, the court owes some measure of deference to an agency's longstanding decisions regarding what records the law makes confidential. And we've cited a case for Your Honor. I apologize. I've not found it here real quickly as I wasn't aware I was going to be speaking about this to Your Honor, but if you would like a citation later today, I will get it. We've cited it in our papers. It involved prison records. And the prison had a longstanding policy of interpreting a particular statute as foreclosing a prisoner's ability to get those records. And the court said we owe some deference to that longstanding policy determination. And so with regard to whether the records are protected by ARS 16168F and made confidential by that statute, our position is the court owes some measure of deference to the recorder's longstanding decision there.
That is exactly the legal point that I'm interested in, and that's where it comes up in the recorders, perhaps not just this county recorder, but the other counties, interpretation of 16-168.
Yes, in that case, Your Honor, is Berry v. Department of Corrections. Berry is Berry.
All right, very good. Okay. The plaintiff's motion in limine read definition of registration record. I'm not going to mince any words on this one. This is frivolous to say that Judge Napper's decision about the legal issues concerning signature matching should somehow be conclusive. He's another Superior Court judge. At most, his decisions are persuasive to me, might be persuasive to me, to the extent that they're well-reasoned, that I agree with them, but they have no preclusive effect at all. So we're not going to talk anymore about that one because that one's not even, doesn't even have a legal, not only doesn't have a legal basis, but it's just completely the opposite of what the law is. The last one is the motion in limine regarding exclusion of improperly identified witnesses. It seems to me that you knew who they were and you had access to them. Why is there anything else that we need to worry about on that?
Your Honor, at the time, we didn't know who they were. And, you know, one of the reasons that we're obligated to give this information pursuant to Rule 26.1, and I apologize if I touched on this motion in limine earlier, but, you know, we're required to give the contact information so that we can properly identify the witness, not just so we can talk to them, so that we can research them and be able to artfully cross-examine them, and if necessary, Your Honor, impeach them. And so, you know, we believe we've identified the correct witnesses and got whatever documents we need in that regard, Your Honor.
All right. Well, it sounds like that one's no longer an issue, so we'll deny that one. Okay. Then let's get to the motions in limine regarding the defendant's witnesses. Parenthetically, I've looked at the exhibit list, and it looks like almost everything on this list has to do with the presentation relating to these witnesses. I didn't see anything on here, and I can't tell what all of it is because it's mostly because the descriptions aren't specific enough. But other than it looks like maybe the underlying records request is here, you know, which I'm sure is admissible. But are all of your, other than that, are all of your exhibits related to what you're saying you intend to present regarding the importance of your request?
In terms of my expert?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. The ones we recently disclosed involve our background research on their witnesses. And so all of the original documents that we disclosed as trial exhibits, Your Honor, relate to exhibits I intend to use to present argument to this court, not argument, to present evidence to this court based on their studies and work within verifying signatures in Maricopa County.
Okay. So the stuff, the new stuff today, that's impeachment of their witnesses or cross-examination of their witnesses?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Then that's, looks like 27 through 35. We'll set that stuff aside for right now. All right. This is your motion. Let me hear from you all on this.
Your Honor, there's three of them.
Yeah, and
Is there a specific
I
one?
was just about to say, I happen to have Eric Specken on top, so let's start with him.
And is there anything specific after reading Ms. Lake's response the court wants me to hone in on?
No, I'm focused on the relevance issue and to some extent on whether these folks have foundation to give the testimony that they're giving. So I guess those are the issues I'd like to hear about. I'm not interested in hearing at this point argument about the merits of what these people are saying.
Okay, I understand, Your Honor. So as to relevancy, I think our initial motion does a good job arguing it. As I read Ms. Lake's response last night, she identifies that it is a low bar to relevancy, but the proffered evidence is below that bar. The fact that issue here is whether the state denial or the recorder's denial of public records based on 16168F is grounded in law. That's a legal argument. And whether the recorder's decision meets the state's best interests. The burden is on the recorder's office, not on Ms. Lake to proffer any evidence as to why these public records are significant to her. In fact, the law places already defers to the requester this right that these records that you're going to request are significant. It's presumption of disclosure. In fact, there's the Griffin's case in the city of the Phoenix newspapers case that are cited in our motions and our opening brief that says that the public has the right to know what its government is doing. So whatever information that Mr. Spakeen, I think it's pronounced, is going to present on signature verification, on 2020 review, on data, so on and so forth, has no bearing on the facts of this case. It is presumed that the disclosure that the public or the recorder disclosed these public records. Furthermore, it's contrary to what's established law. Going to the relevancy, the court in Ward v. Jackson in 2020 has already addressed the then recorder Adrian Fontes's implementation of 16550 and found, after allowing both sides expert witness to review green ballot affidavits, which are at issue here, it found that the then recorder Adrian Fontes complied with the law, that there was no fraudulent.
Which one of the cases are they? I don't know necessarily the names. I know, there was a Judge Thompson's case, there was Judge Warner's case. Which one is this?
Ward v. Jackson is Judge Warner's case, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that was in 2020, I think. And give me 1 second. The ruling was December 4th, 2020. Give me 1 second here. Just had it. Yeah. 1 second. Oh, here it is. Oops, good. But to that point, this issue was raised. At the time, the plaintiffs, Ms. Ward, had argued that plaintiff alleges the election officials overcounted mail-in ballots by not being sufficiently skeptical in their comparison of signatures on the mail-in envelope affidavits with signature files. The court, Judge Warner, that is, said this is a legislatively prescribed process as elaborated in the Secretary of State's election procedural manual. And I quote, Maricopa County election officials followed this process faithfully in 2020. So in 2020, this court has already decided that then Recorder Richard Recorder Fontes had followed the legislatively prescribed process in the Secretary of State's. Based on what information we see from Mr. Speckin, is his testimony is going to relate to 2020?
I just had a discussion with the other side about the conclusive effect of what other Superior Court judges say. Is this one, does this one have preclusive effect?
It went to the Supreme Court. Do you know when?
Yep. I'm pulling it up right now.
Was it affirmed in a published decision? I see heads nodding over there.
Yes, I believe it was, Your
It's a
Honor.
decision order.
Decision order dated, filed December 08 of 2020. And I can give,
Okay. And do I have that in my material somewhere?
it is cited in all of the motions in limines. Not the Supreme Court's order, just this Judge Warner's final December 4th order.
And the Supreme Court order endorsed that or affirmed it in a decision order?
Yes, and the case number on that is CV-20-0343-AP/EL.
One more time.
CV-20-0343-AP/EL or backslash.
It's in the databases.
Like the public record, it should be. It should be in this.
If it's on Westlaw, I mean, I'm already confused about what's precedential and what's not. Now we have to start worrying about unpublished, never mind.
And
It's a little bit confusing with the new world of not being limited to published decisions.
I think that's post 20. It doesn't matter.
All right.
Um,
All right, I'll figure that out. By the way, before you go further, the record should reflect that the plaintiff, Kari Lake, is present in the courtroom now. Go ahead.
And so to my earlier point was that the relevancy is a low bar and that defendant is proffered witnesses and specifically Mr. Speckin is below that bar given the presumption of law and that it's the burden on us to prove at least the state's best interest. In reading the response, I was quite confused because it seems that Ms. Lake wants a burden shift to her to somehow prove or disprove the state's best interest. For the reasons I just stated, that's contrary to established public records law. If the burden is clearly on the recorder's office, on the state government, as it relates to the state's best interest. If she wanted to, Ms. Lake would not have to put on any evidence. She could sit here and listen to the state and leave it to the court's decision. So as it relates to Mr. Speckin's 2020 testimony, that issue has been decided. As it relates to any evidence on 2022, again, that is not before the court. Any testimony about what happened, signature verification on 2022's general election does not go to the facts here at issue. Again, we've already set forth the facts before this court and whether any belief or alleged belief that the recorder did or did not perform signature verification is just simply not before the court at this venue. More to that point, Ms. Lake withdrew that argument in her second trial in May. Judge Thompson's minute entry cites that. And that's on the bottom of page 2. She conceded that she was not challenging signature matches for any individual ballots by making a raise claim. So I'm confused as to why in a public records case now this issue is before the court. And frankly, it's not, because it's not a fact that issue is determining whether the state meets its best interest burden in precluding disclosure or prohibiting disclosure or any of the arguments on 168.
So Judge Thompson did not decide this issue in Ms. Lake's case.
Because she withdrew it.
Okay.
And again, I mean, going into where these cases stand, obviously that matter is being appealed. The opening brief was just filed in Division 2, I believe 6-7 days ago. So that matter is still in its infancy. But, as Judge Thompson found in that case, the recorder's office, and I quote, second to last paragraph, last sentence, there's a clear convincing evidence that the elections process for the November 8th, 2022 general election did comply with ARS 16550 and that there was no misconduct in the process to support a claim under ARS 16672. And so I bring this all up because at the outset of this case, the court was very clear, and we quoted it in our motion to eliminate, but the court does not want to see. Allowing this testimony, again, that has already been previously litigated in a different court, not only in 2020, but most recently in May of 2022, opens to the door to what this court does not want this courtroom to turn into. So allowing not only, I mean, I know we're talking about Mr. Spakeen, but Ms. Bush, to some extent, and Mr. Hansel is going to turn this court into an arena to be spread falsehoods, given the litigation that's already happened on these issues. So again, as to relevancy, it's a low bar, but the evidence, the proffered evidence by the alleged expert, Mr. Spakeen here, is far below that bar and does not touch on any of the facts that in consequence.
Okay. Thank you.
And as to the, I think we made arguments regarding the expert witness. I'll rely on the motion in support of those.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Your Honor, really quickly, I'm reading from the opening brief my client, Ms. Lake, recently filed in the Arizona Court of Appeal. And Section C of that brief, Your Honor, just reading from the index, states new evidence shows Maricopa did not compare over 270.
Okay, stop. I want you to argue this motion. I don't want you to argue the merits of whatever you said in the Court of Appeals about the 2022 election.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm trying to. I was just getting to defense counsel's argument that we withdrew our claims regarding signature verification.
I will take, well, what's your position on the extent to which that was at issue in front of Judge Thompson?
Well, it really wasn't. And part of the issue is, Your Honor, that the defendant gets to come here and raise relevance because it's 2020 and we're here talking about 2022. That's
not really the issue to me.
So, Your Honor, the reason we think they're relevant is this.
Okay, let me, before you move on, the reason it matters to me whether it was before Judge Thompson is that Ms. Lake was a party in that case. The other case, and from 2020, she wasn't a party. So I don't think the legal doctrine of issue preclusion applies against her. That's why I'm asking whether this was decided by Judge Thompson, because if it was decided by Judge Thompson in a case where Ms. Lake was a party, then I think I am bound by it. That's why I'm asking.
I don't believe the issue has been finally decided, Your Honor. And that's where we're asking for a new trial on that issue.
Okay.
And so, the Honor.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
The reason these are relevant, Your Honor, is because with all tests, when this court is weighing, what decision to make, it's got to consider, all of the facts and circumstances. And so there's a really good case that I had bumped into while researching some public records law, and it's just on that point. And it's KPNX TV v. Superior Court. 905 P. Second 598. And what happens in that case, Your Honor, is this news organization files a public records request with, I believe it's UMA, and it involves video from areas that contain, secure areas, and then outside secure areas, but video that depicts what happens. And so the court denies it on the basis that, they showed the evidence locker. We don't want to show the evidence locker. And so the state has a best interest in securing that so nobody, can look at the diagram of the building from the inside, break in and steal stuff out of the evidence locker, whatever the case may be. But the court said, the parking lots outside, there's security cameras, there's a big fence, it's secure. But anybody walking along the outside of the fence can see that. And so it's a balancing test, Your Honor. What are we allowed access to and what are we not allowed access to? And we think our evidence gets directly to that point that this court needs to hear in order to properly balance the equities when determining whether the best interest of the state should apply in this case. For example, Your Honor, if somebody commits a crime, and they're arrested, and while they're downtown outside of the evidence locker, they're beaten by law enforcement. And this is just an example. And so the PRR request is made for the videotape. Now, if that videotape just showed the evidence locker, it might be in the best interest of the state, Your Honor, to not allow that video to be produced. But if that videotape would show law enforcement, having this interaction with this individual accused of a crime, then that changes what's in the best interest of the state.
Okay, their argument is that it doesn't. That on the one side you got the disclosure policy, and that doesn't change. The policy is strongly in favor of disclosure, but it's not a question of, do you need these records more than this person over here needs the records? Either they're public records or they're not. So their analysis of your hypothetical would be, it doesn't matter if it's video of a beating or a video of a police officer walking down the street, doing nothing, that it's the same interest either way. In your case, in the PNX case, the question is, what was the nature of what was being shown in the video? And it's the inside of an evidence locker. And they said, we shouldn't show the inside of evidence lockers. It wasn't, there were 200 pounds of cocaine in the evidence locker. Therefore, that is or is not more in the public interest. That's their argument. I'd like you to respond to that.
Your Honor, and part of their argument in that case was, is he even depicted there? Is the person they're asking for video about even depicted by that evidence locker? And if that person is depicted by that evidence locker, then that raises the bar. That raises the specter, Your Honor. And so I would argue, Your Honor, that anybody just coming in off the street that wants to, overcome the best interest of the state, I think it's a balancing test, Your Honor. And, we're not here to make these records public. To put them in the newspaper is what I'm saying, Your Honor. That's not anybody's intention. And so we're here, Your Honor, to be able to get access to these public records so that we can analyze them and continue making our case in a legal matter that's presently before the Arizona Appellate Court. And we're here, Your Honor, because we believe that these public records are not protected by 168F, as the defendants have argued, and that it's in the best interests of the state and the people to be able to understand what is taking place in their elections, Your Honor. And that is hugely significant. Do the people have a right to know what we think these documents will show them, so that the people and the legislature can artfully talk about, how to make changes if any changes are necessary? And so one of my
Legislature can get them themselves.
One of my expert,
Like,
one of my designated witnesses,
Yeah.
Your Honor, has given a presentation. And so, discussing the best interest of the state, Your Honor, I think that plays a huge role in us overcoming the best interest of the state. We don't think it's in the best interest of the state, Your Honor, to be able to not share these, because we think it'll, cause them some embarrassment. We want to.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else on the question, on the legal question of what's relevant in this
Sure,
area?
Your Honor, other than the fact that, we believe they're relevant to help this court weigh the equities and determining what are the best interests of the state and what aren't.
Okay. All right. I don't think I need to hear anything else from your side. The motion in limine is granted with regard to Mr. Specken. I agree with the plaintiff, with the defendant, I should say, with the recorder. The public records law says the public interest in disclosure is very strong. The cases use various words, but they make it clear that there's a strong presumption in favor of disclosure. But the law is that we don't distinguish between the need of one person versus the need of another person, or why the person says they need the records. That's irrelevant. We start from there, and then we balance the state's interests, whatever the state says are the reasons for non-disclosure, on the other side. So what this information would be used for simply is not at issue in this hearing. When you talk about relevance is a low bar in terms of whether it makes a fact at issue more or less probable. But the operative term for these purposes is fact in issue. And the perceived importance of these records for whatever it might be is just not a fact in issue. There are other issues that I think would matter if I thought these records were potentially relevant, but I don't think I even need to get to those. So all the foundation and the other, whether there's sufficient expertise, I think those, it's not necessary for me to reach those. The witness, Chris Hansel, that seems to me to be almost, that's really foundational. I'm not sure what relevance he would have other than his foundation for Specken.
Akeen, I believe it is, Your Honor.
So I think that the ruling goes to that as well. Any reason I should treat Hansel differently?
Your Honor, I would simply ask that if you strike Mr. Handel, I'd be allowed to call him as a lay witness.
To talk about
signature verification, Maricopa County's processes for signature verification, what he's participated in with respect to programs involving studies and analyses of signature verification.
That goes back to why you're asking for the records.
That in part, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So that request is denied.
Yes, Your Honor. And really quickly, I would make the same request for Ms. Bush as a fact witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Bush, is there anything else to add about Ms. Bush? The motion in limine is granted as to Hansel.
As to Ms. Bush, no, I do not believe so. Our understanding of her her proffered testimony would be similar. It'd be a similar line of reasoning as to Mr. Spakeen and Mr. Hansel.
Okay, the one on this one, I'm inclined to go a step further because she's a medical office manager. I mean, she's so obviously unqualified that I kind of find the need to make a finding about that, as well as that her testimony is irrelevant. I mean, she's not even in the ballpark.
Your Honor, my witness, Shelby Bush, Your Honor, she's got significant regulatory and auditing experience. She's not just some back office worker in some medical office, Your Honor. She's been engaged in politics and in and around Arizona elections and signature verification for a very long time. She's got a lot of work under her belt as someone who does investigations into elections and what's taking place.
With the ninjas?
Excuse me?
With the ninjas?
Yes, she did participate in that audit, Your
Honor. The motion is granted as to Shelby Bush as well, both on relevance grounds and on Rule 702 grounds.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would also like to call Ms. Bush with respect to any testimony they present with respect to people getting threats or things of that nature, as well as Mr. Hansel.
Well, I suppose when we get that far, perhaps you can make a proffer on what they would say that would speak to that. I do think that's an issue. I don't think they were disclosed as having any relevant testimony on that. So let's hold that until we get there, and then we'll address it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything else that we need to, and as far as the exhibits, Mr. Blem, you said that, I'm going to go ahead and make a ruling on the exhibits. You had said that most of the exhibits would be illustrative of or connected with the testimony of these three witnesses about signature verification. Is there anything in here that is not that you want to pick out and reserve the possibility of admitting?
Your Honor, I would reserve the possibility of admitting here. Exhibits 21 and 22, Your Honor, are signatures.
Those are okay. So those are our signature affidavit envelopes.
Affidavit envelopes, yes, Your Honor. Each page contains all of the signatures within a voter's registration record. Contrast, Your Honor, to the signature on the affidavit. Wish to be able to do those.
Okay. Well, candidly, I'll have to wait to see them so I can understand exactly what they are. But I won't. Then we'll reserve those. Any others Those are some of the ones that I think that you talked about sealing, so those must have signatures on them. So
Your Honor, we did file a motion to seal because
and that's been
definition of registration records, they dispute, they used to obtain the signature.
sure. And that's been granted. So, all right. So we'll reserve 21 and 22. Is there anything else?
I suppose what I would do, Your Honor, is just ask this court if it would take judicial notice of Ms. Bush's Senate presentation. It was published by the Senate. So as a
Signature verification.
dealt with signature verification, yes, sir.
That's denied.
Denied, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Then the plaintiff's exhibits 1 through 20 will be excluded on relevance grounds, as will 23 and 24, 21 and 22. That remains to be seen. All right. We've anything else before we start?
Just a citation for the Ward v. Jackson Supreme Court case. It's AZS.CT 2020 WL 8617817.
8617817.
I believe so.
You have that question mark at the end of what you said.
I'll talk to Ms. Hartman Tejas about this afterward. It's her handwriting, Your Honor.
All right. And in all seriousness, do you have any position on the legal effect of that? I guess it's like an unpublished Court of Appeals opinion. I guess it's persuasive authority, but not binding.
To be honest, Your Honor, the reason it was presented was to show the relevance issue, that it went to our relevance argument.
All right, you're right.
Okay.
You're right. So I don't have to figure that out. Okay. Well, then you guys have the burden of proof. We talked about this the other day, how the roles are kind of switched here. My inclination is to let them go first. What do you think?
Well, Your Honor, I have no witness. That would mean, I guess, that guy Paul.
Okay. All right. Then let me hear from y'all first.
Your Honor, before we get there, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So I will address the court and then let Mr. Blem address the court rather than me address Mr. Blem. I think that, well, I know we had offered to Mr. Blem that because he wanted to call Recorder Richer as well, we had offered that he could do a direct examination of Recorder Richer after we did the examination. I believe the court already ruled that that was okay for him to do that. Is that?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
So I think the simple effect of that is your examination of Mr. Richer won't be limited to, in scope, to what they ask him, because it'll be treated like a direct examination. And you can use leading questions too. I mean, he's obviously an adversary witness. I shouldn't say obviously, but I find that he's an adversary witness. So, so those will be the rules.
Consistent with the agreement we had last hearing.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would like to call Recorder Stephen Richard to the stand.
Oh, I thought you wanted to do a little bit of an opening.
You were
statement.
expecting opening statements. I apologize, Your Honor.
I don't need them. I was kind of assuming you were going to do them, but if you want to just go ahead with the testimony, I'm fine with that.
Your Honor, I apologize. We don't intend to do an opening statement.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. Your Honor, so this is a little bit tricky. Right now, Mr. Blum has no witnesses for direct, but there is a possibility that he will call witnesses for rebuttal. And therefore, because of that, we would like to invoke the rule.
Okay, we can do this one of two ways. Either those folks can step out, or we could talk now about whether they're going to be permitted to testify. If you want to wait until you hear what they say, then it's probably prudent to just have them step outside.
Yeah, I would agree, Your Honor, that, I'm not sure what their testimony is going to be, so I'm not sure what they're going to rebut.
Fair enough.
I'll ask them.
All right.
And Your Honor, before we begin with Mr. Richard, may we take a short
Sure.
recess so that I can speak with my client?
Yeah, you bet. Let's take 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please be seated. All right, are we ready to go ahead and call the witness? Yes, sir.
If I may, Your Honor, I would just like to correct the record with respect to my witness, Shelby Bush. She was not an employee of Cyber Ninjas, Your Honor. She was actually a liaison for the state senate. So fundamentally different role with respect to the court. May, you had discussed opening statements, and I had prepared an opening statement in that I would like to actually use it and at the same time sort of state at the end what we think the evidence that we would present it would show to preserve the record.
No, you've made enough of a record that that's not necessary, and I'm actually not going to permit you to do that. If you have an opening statement that you want to give that addresses the issues that we're here to talk about today, I'd be happy to hear it.
I'll confine myself, Your Honor, simple paragraph.
Okay.
What we're here talking about today are signatures, Your Honor. Signatures that are affixed to ballot affidavit envelopes that specifically state they're signed by voters and purportedly either put in the mail or put into a drop box for delivery to Maricopa County. These signatures are made public, Your Honor, by the person who signed them and dropped them into the mail. They're dropped into the public stream of commerce. And hence we argue that the state cannot overcome its best interests of the state argument because the individuals who signed these ballot affidavit envelopes, Your Honor, have waived any right to confidentiality by making those signatures public. And signatures, Your Honor, signatures have always been the way that we as individuals, Your Honor, identify ourselves to the public, right? When we go into a restaurant and we have dinner at Picasso's, I'm not sure if it's a paid advertisement or not, it's not, Your Honor. But when I took my wife there the other day, Your Honor, and I went to pay, the waiter brought me a credit card receipt, and I affixed my signature to that credit card receipt. And I don't know the waiter. Most people don't know their waiters. And I deposited that signature into the stream of commerce. How many people are going to touch that signature, Your Honor? How many people are going to have access to that signature, Your Honor? When we get our credit cards or our debit cards in the mail from our bank, one of the biggest instructions they tell us all, it's in big bold, I believe. It's a long time since I've gotten one, but it says sign the back of your card. And why is that, Your Honor? So that when you hand it to the clerk at the store or the teller at the bank, they can compare your signature on that credit or debit card with the signature on file they have or on your driver's license so that they can ensure that that is you. That is your identity, Your Honor. And we sign checks. Well, I guess we used to sign checks. We can do everything on the internet now, but there used to be a day when we signed checks, put them in the mail, give them to strangers. And every one of those checks, Your Honor, had our signature. And so, you know, from a very early age, and I remember the Neil Gorsuch confirmation hearing, Your Honor. Central and teacher of the Neil Gorsuch confirmation hearings were what? A high school yearbook, Your Honor, that was displayed on television, complete with signatures from all of these students who had signed their friends, and oftentimes we even signed our enemies. And at a very early age, Your Honor, we are injecting our signatures into the public world to tell people This is who I am. I attest to that. And that's exactly, Your Honor, what people do when they sign these ballot affidavit envelopes and they drop them in the mail, Your Honor. And I know Your Honor can recall a date in time before we went to all this electronic signatures in the courtroom, where Your Honor signed every order you entered with your pen. In fact, before my client could bring this special action, I had to physically sign the special action complaint because they don't allow for electronic signatures on them. And my client, Your Honor, had to put her signature on the verification attached to that complaint and deposit it, Your Honor, into the public sphere. And so, Your Honor, signatures are something, you know, that are not protected unless we're talking about 168F. But even 168F, Your Honor, contains exclusions for the media. And it doesn't just contain exclusions for recorders. All you really have to do pursuant to the statute is work for a newspaper, a TV, or a radio station. You don't even have to be a reporter. And so signatures have never really been anything special. And that's why we so routinely, so commonly, so every day, Your Honor, deposit them into the stream of commerce where they might wind up on the county recorder's website with the tens of millions of other signatures dating back 100+ years. And so signatures are not in and of themselves protected, whether they be voters or whether they be commercial transactions, Your Honor. There's very little difference. We argue, Your Honor, that the state has no real interest in ensuring that nobody gets access to the ballot affidavit. Granted access you.
All right, thank you. All right, would the county like to call its witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to call Recorder Stephen Richer to the stand.
All right. Sir, come on up. I think you probably know the way up here.
Can figure it out.
Before you sit down, if you could get yourself sworn in, that'd be great.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
Stephen, Stephen, Richer, Richer.
I swear the testimony you're about to give will be the
I do.
Just have a seat.
Looks good. Yep. All right.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Recorder Richer, please state your full name for the record.
Stephen, Stephen, Richer, Richer.
Thank you. Do you hold an elected office?
I do.
And what office is that?
I am the Maricopa County Recorder, so the Recorder's Office.
And when were you elected?
I was elected. I won the primary in August of 2020, and I won the general election in November 2020. And I took office on January 4th, 2021.
Briefly describe your educational background.
I got my bachelor's degree from Tulane University in New Orleans. I got my master's degree from the University of Chicago. I got my law degree, my JD, from the University of Chicago Law School. And I'm currently completing my PhD from our Arizona State University.
As the Maricopa County Recorder, do you have responsibilities for election administration in Maricopa County?
I do.
Generally, what are some of those responsibilities?
The Recorder's Office has 3 main statutory functions, only 2 of which pertain to election administration. The first is the registration of voters and the maintenance of the voter registration database. So all modifications, all updates, all amendments, all cancellations, all moves to inactive status. And the second is I am statutorily responsible for all early voting. And so that includes all of the UOCAVA, the uniform and overseas ballots, that includes the special election boards, that includes those mail ballots that go out 27 days before an election, and it goes up until the early voting period concludes Friday before Election Day, Tuesday. The Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday are designated emergency voting and Election Day, and the Board of Supervisors is responsible for those obligations. However, if an early ballot is dropped off at a drop box or a voting location on those days, then it is still my team that is responsible for it. And by my team, I mean the Maricopa County Recorder's Office.
Okay, thank you. I want to focus on just one of those many responsibilities, and that's the responsibility that relates to early voting. Could you please tell the court what is early voting in Arizona?
No excuse early voting has been in Arizona since 1992. We were one of the first states to have no excuse early voting. And early voting is in effect that you can vote before Election Day. Now in Arizona, you can do that in a multitude of ways. You can get a ballot by mail and you can return it by USPS. You can get a ballot by mail and you can return it at a voting location. You can get a ballot by mail and you can return it by Dropbox. Or you can show up before Election Day and you can go to a voting location in person and you can get a ballot printed there, but you would still put it in a return ballot affidavit envelope that would be injected into the early voting stream.
So let's talk about early ballots that are sent to the voter by mail. I believe you said you can get them by mail, you can get them in person. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so let's focus on the ones that are sent by mail. What does a voter need to do to vote that ballot?
So the voter can be can receive an early ballot in one of two ways. The voter can be on what is now called the active early voting list, whereby that voter automatically receives a ballot by mail for every election for which he or she is eligible. And about 78% of Maricopa County voters are on that active early voting list. Or the voter can make a one-time ballot request, meaning the voter doesn't want to always receive automatically a ballot by mail, but for this particular election, he or she wants to receive a ballot by mail. Together, early ballot voting constitutes about 85 to 90% of the total ballots cast in the 2022 elections and the 2020 election. And so it constitutes the lion's share of ballots used in Maricopa County.
Okay. And so when a voter receives at his or her mailbox their early ballot, and they take that early ballot, what actions do they have to take to vote that ballot?
So the process begins well before that with voter registration, with a 90-day notice card, with receiving your voter identification card in the mail, with us confirming your identity through the Social Security Administration, and so on and so forth. But once you've cleared all those hurdles and established yourself as a valid voter with a valid residence, then yes, my office mails you a early ballot that comes in a yellow envelope if you're voting in Maricopa County. And enclosed in that yellow envelope are the ballot, the instruction sheet, and the green return ballot affidavit envelope. The instruction sheet you can take out. It can tell you how to mark your ballot. It tells you, for instance, to mark it in a blue or black pen. It tells you not to strike out any inaccurate information. It tells you that you can request another ballot, and it also has your I voted sticker. The ballot itself, you fill out. Currently, we're using ovals in Maricopa County. So you would fill in the oval adjacent to the candidate for whom you are supporting. And then after you're done with that, you would fold the ballot and you would place it in the green affidavit envelope. It's important that you use the green affidavit envelope that is assigned to you, to the voter, because that green affidavit envelope has information that is linked to that specific voter, and it also has a barcode. Now, before getting to what that barcode signifies, once you insert that ballot into the green affidavit envelope, you then sign in the box your signature, you put the date, and many people, in fact, the overwhelming majority, also choose to put a phone number for them by which we can contact them if we need to cure the ballot, which I suspect we'll get into later.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I've done this a lot of times, but I can't remember specifically. Does the envelope specifically invite you to put down your phone number, put your phone here if you want to be contacted?
It does, Your Honor. So there is a box for your signature, and then beneath that there is a box where you can write your phone number, and it does solicit that specifically. It says phone number, and then next to that is the date.
Recorder Richard, I had planned to do this a little later, but I think now is probably the appropriate time. Your Honor, may I bring up Defendant's Exhibit 25 on the screen for the Recorder to lay foundation?
Sure.
Thank you.
Help us here. Make it as big as you can.
So it is filling my entire screen. Can you?
We'll do our best. We have a new presentation system and we're honestly kind of still trying to figure it out. So we'll do our best.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and begin, Your Honor, unless you want me to wait.
No, and I have it on my screen, so I can see it fine. This is for the benefit, hopefully for the benefit of everybody else who's here.
Recorder Richard, is this on the screen in front of you?
It is.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down so that you can see the full exhibit. Do you recognize this?
I do. It appears to be a mock-up of a return ballot affidavit envelope.
Okay. And what is on this side of the envelope, the side that we're looking at right now?
That side has the return address. So once the voter returns it through the USPS or specifically through the USPS in this instance, it would be returned to the Maricopa County Elections Department or MCTEC. And that is our specific PO box that we pick up mail from.
And does the voter need to affix a stamp?
No, the voter does not need to affix a stamp, which interestingly is not true of every state, but in Arizona, we do not require that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move the exhibit up to what is the back side of the envelope. And I would like for you to tell us what we see here on this side of the envelope. What important things is the voter allowed to do on this side of the envelope?
A lot of important things, but for the voter's purpose, the most important things are that signature box. So the two boxes on the lower right-hand side, the upper box is where we ask you to put your signature. And the lower box has, as mentioned to Judge Hanna, the phone number line and the date on which you are signing. Now, above that, it has a number of important things as well. It has, again, our address, and it also has a piece ID. And so that long number that ends in 01 is a piece ID, allowing us to track individual pieces and identify individual pieces so that if the human eye needs to see it, we could see it. That 01 means it's the first ballot that has been sent out. So if we send out a second mail ballot to a voter because he or she requests it, then we would have a 02 and the 01 would be inactivated. The barcode is very important. The barcode is what we scan immediately upon receipt. We load it into our voter registration database. That's what enables us to make sure that the voter hasn't voted previously and to deactivate any extant other packets that are that the voter has requested. Additionally, though it does not appear on this image, beneath the 512 South 3rd Avenue, which is MCTEC's address, it would have the voter's name and it would have the voter's address for whom the return ballot affidavit envelope is assigned. The stuff on the left is only applicable for those who are needing assistance in filling out their ballot.
Mr. Recorder, does your office prepare these envelopes?
Yes, we design this envelope and we send the file to the printer, who then prints the envelopes, and then we send it to USPS, which then sends it out to the approximately 1.9 million early voters in Maricopa County.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to move to admit exhibit number 25.
No objection, Your Honor, with the understanding that this mock-up is a mock-up of the final mock of the actual ballot affidavit.
Understood. 25 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you just testified, Mr. Recorder, that about voters who receive their ballot by mail. You said they sign the early ballot envelope and return it to the recorder. I want to focus now upon those voters who vote an early ballot in person.
Hang on a sec. If you're going to move away from this, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
The piece identification, and when you say piece, you mean that's like a piece of mail.
Exactly, Your Honor.
Does the barcode translate into computerese, that number right there?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Is that number unique for each voter?
It is unique for each voter and it is unique for each ballot, meaning a voter could request a second mail ballot, but it would have a new piece ID.
Okay, so, and that's what you said about 01, 02, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay. Does that carry over from one election to the next?
So if you'll notice, this election says it's for the November 2, 2021 consolidated election. So you get a new piece ID for every single election, and only piece IDs that are appropriate for that election can even be scanned in. So if somebody sent back a ballot affidavit envelope for the wrong election, which does happen a surprising amount, then we would know that immediately upon scanning it, and we would just set it aside and we would box it up.
Okay. So is there any, if I had voted in the 2020 general election, and by early from the active early voting list, then I got another ballot for the 2022 election, would the piece identification on that on those two ballot affidavits correspond at all?
They would not.
All right. Oh, one more. There's some above the information above the barcode. I'm kind of guessing that's like some kind of a post office identifier or something.
Forgive me. It is actually for us. And so what that is it's the ballot style. So we'll have many thousands of ballot styles. If you think of all the overlapping fire districts, school districts, supervisorial districts, legislative districts. And so when we extract the ballot from the ballot affidavit envelope, we will make sure that at the top of the ballot, it says 6798, and it will have a purple bar for purple to make sure that this is indeed the ballot that should have gone in this ballot affidavit envelope.
What is the information that's redacted up there, is that also something that's associated with an individual voter?
Correct.
What is it?
I'm not sure what the MOB exact number is, but the redacted information below would be the voter's name and address.
Okay, so whatever is redacted up there on the upper right, not sure what that is.
I can't remember right now.
Fair enough. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to focus now on those voters who vote in person. Describe how that occurs.
So if you show up to a voting location on any day except for election day, by law, you are participating in the early voting process, meaning by law, you still have to put your ballot in a return affidavit envelope. So a lot of people say, well, if I'm showing up in person, then I'd just like to feed it in there. Well, by law, no county can do that. They have to put it in a return affidavit envelope. So if you show up to vote in person, you'd scan your ID, would pull up your information, and then a little blinking light would go off, and a poll worker would come over, check your ID, make sure all the information is accurate, and then it would print on demand both a ballot for your assigned precinct, and it would print a return affidavit envelope. Now, the only difference is this return affidavit envelope would be white, and it just allows us to better organize and better keep track of what those that are dropped off that were a ballot by mail versus an early ballot that was printed at a voting location. And I should also point out that this barcode and all this information is what allows you, the voter, to track your ballot, so that you can get text message alerts, you can get email alerts, you can go online to beballotready.vote, and you can see your ballot progress through all stages of the process until the ballot is extracted from the envelope, because it's at that point at which the secret ballot is born, and then we can never marry the ballot back to the return affidavit envelope.
Okay.
It's traceable
Until after signature verification has happened and it is sent to what we call bipartisan ballot processing teams. And so this is when the envelope, that green envelope, is sliced open, and then a team of two takes the ballot out of the ballot affidavit envelope. They make sure, as mentioned, that it's the right style. They make sure that there's only one ballot in the envelope. They make sure that the voter didn't write in red ink, which can't be read by the tabulators. They make sure it's not damaged or have gum on it or something else that would mess up the tabulation process. Then they smooth it out such that it can be read by the tabulator, and they're put in batches of 200 that are then ultimately transported to the Board of Supervisors for tabulation in our central facility, which I've been calling MIGTEC.
And you said that it's at that point when the ballot is separated from the envelope, that the ballot can no longer be married up to the envelope.
Correct. And so we can tell you, in fact, if you go online, you can see your whole voting history in terms of whether or not you checked in or returned a ballot affidavit envelope. So we can tell you exactly which elections you participated in. However, we cannot tell you who you voted for, because at that point it becomes divorced from the individual voter.
Yeah. And is that a choice of the recorder's office, or is that what the law is?
That's what the law is, and it's now a hallowed American tradition that the privacy of the vote, and that I can't call up. A lot of people say, gosh, can you tell me who I voted for in the 2020 election? And they think it's like a bank, and it's like, well, if it was like a bank, then I could access that information on the back end. And do you really want me to be able to say, well, you voted for this person, and by the way, your neighbor voted for this person? And so, no, we cannot and do not have access to that information.
Okay. Now, what happens if a voter returns his or her early ballot affidavit envelope, but they haven't signed it? There's no signature in the box. What happens?
So if there is no signature in the box, then we'll expedite it into our curing process. So you must sign your ballot affidavit envelope in order to have your ballot affidavit envelope move to the next step, that ballot processing step. If you have not signed your ballot affidavit envelope, then we will make every reasonable effort as required by statute, by Arizona state statute, to contact the voter in order to cure the voter's affidavit envelope. That can take the form of phone calls, we do day calls, we do night calls. That can take the form of text messages, that can take the form of a letter if you vote early enough, that can take the form of an email. And so we really try to use any means at our disposal in order to contact the voter. Once we contact the voter, we ask the voter personal identifying information, and we say, was this really you who returned this ballot affidavit envelope but forgot to sign? And he or she will say, in 99.9% of instances, yes, that was really me, and I returned that and I forgot to sign it. Now the voter, I'm sorry.
When you say identification, the same kind of thing that you give to the credit card company, the last 4 digits of your social security number, something like that?
That's exactly it. It's the mother's maiden name or the last 4 of your social are the most commonly used ones. And those are also cited in the relevant statute as things that we don't otherwise disclose. So, regarding the curing process, you have until 7 p.m. on election night. So once polls close on election night, in order to cure a ballot affidavit envelope without a signature. Now, if it is a countywide election, as opposed to a jurisdictional elections like the ones we have coming up in November, if it is a countywide election and we say that your signature is not consistent with the signatures that we have on file, you have 5 business days in which to cure that.
Okay. And that was actually going to be my next question. Let's say that
The business days after the election,
Correct.
as opposed to 5 business days after you receive the
Correct.
ballot. Okay.
So let's say that, let's say when you receive an early ballot affidavit envelope, there is a signature on it. We were talking about there's no signature, but there is a signature. What happens next?
When we receive that ballot affidavit envelope, we take it to our vendor because our vendor has an imaging and barcode reading machine that is a very expensive machine. And what it does, in addition to scanning that barcode, and I mentioned why scanning that barcode is important, it also captures an image that looks similar to the image that you've placed on the screen that has all of that, I think you called it the backside of the green affidavit envelope information on it. It clips all of that information and it immediately, through an FTP site, loads it such that we can get that for that particular corresponding voter. And so it loads it into a file that we can then access at MCTEC where we are doing signature verification, whoever is assigned that particular signature review.
Okay. And so signature verification, what is that?
Signature verification is, I would say, the last step in the early ballot integrity process. There are many preceding steps. Again, we can talk about voter registration. We can talk about the 90-day notice card. We can talk about the fact that you would have to deactivate the first packet if you requested a second packet. We can talk about the fact that if your early ballot affidavit envelope went missing, then that would be deactivated. But signature verification is the last step in that process. And so what we do, and what I've gone to great lengths to improve over the last 2.5 years, is we assess the signature on the return ballot affidavit envelope to make sure it coincides, it is consistent as delineated in state statute with the signatures that we have on file for that particular voter.
Okay. Do you and your employees receive training to conduct signature verification?
So I increased significantly the number of people participating in signature verification from the 2022 election cycle over the 2020 election cycle. Now, that was despite the fact that there were far fewer voters in the 2022 election cycle than there were in 2020. But yes, everyone who participates in signature verification, whether it's temporary staff, and we hired 41 temporary staff to participate in the signature verification process in the 2022 general election, or permanent full-time staff. And we had over 60 permanent full-time staff who participated in the signature verification process. They must all undergo training, and that training is coordinated with the Secretary of State's office. It is performed by the Associated Forensics Laboratory, which is the name of the company that conducts a 4-hour training for all people who are engaged in signature verification. We also make available to anyone who's participating in signature verification manuals that we've put together, and additional instruction is available through our former director of early voting, assistant director of early voting, and a number of staff who have been doing this, some of whom have been doing this for 25 plus years.
So when you or your employees are looking at the early ballot affidavit envelope and you're looking at that signature and you're trying to determine if it's consistent, I think is the word you used, with the signature in the voter registration record, do you know at that point for whom the voter whose signature you're considering, for whom they voted?
I'll only amend that to say you and your employees, because I certainly participate in the signature verification process, and it's really an all hands on deck if you have been trained type situation. But yes, or excuse me, no, we most certainly do not know who the voter has voted for. In fact, the ballot isn't even there. The envelope isn't there. You're looking at images on a computer screen, and the ballot affidavit envelope, which is still sealed at this point, is in a safe off-site. And so not until the signature has been verified and gone through the audit queue is the piece ID then even called back, such that it then is brought into MICTEC such that we can slice it open.
Okay. So if the signature is consistent with the signature in the voter registration record, at that point, is that envelope going to head to that bipartisan team and the ballot is eventually going to make its way to tabulation?
One more step in between. In 2022, I added an audit queue. And so all signatures that are marked as consistent signatures automatically are put into a pool that is reviewed by a manager, and a manager reviews 2% of all signatures that are marked good at the original level. At that point, once it has gone through the initial signature review, and once it has gone through the audit queue, then yes, the piece ID will be called back. They'll come in batches of 200, and they'll be brought to those bipartisan ballot processing teams for extraction.
Okay. And it will move on to tabulation.
Correct. After extraction, it will be then associated with a particular batch sheet, and then that batch sheet and the 200 ballots will go just a few hundred feet down, and it will go into the tabulation center where it will be tabulated.
Okay. What happens if the signature is not consistent with the signatures in the voter registration record? What happens then?
If the signature is deemed to be inconsistent by the initial level reviewer, then it will be automatically entered into a manager queue. The manager has access to more signatures on file. So if the voter has a lengthy voting history in Maricopa County, then we will have many signatures. The original level reviewer will have up to 3 signatures. And this was something that I did in 2022, was originally that initial level reviewer only had access to one signature. I expanded it because I thought that would strengthen the process. But if that initial level reviewer says, I don't think this looks consistent, which is what we tell all of our reviewers to take their time. That's why we got more people on the process. But if they say, I don't think this looks consistent, then it goes to a manager, and that manager has access to, like I said, all the signatures in the voter's file. And then that manager can make a determination as well. If that manager says, I agree, I don't think this looks consistent, then we would begin the curing process. So in the November 2022 general election, about 16,000 return ballot affidavit envelopes went through the first level and went through the second level, and both people said, we don't think that looks consistent. So 16,000 ballot affidavit envelopes that we had to cure. Now, out of that, like I said, Herculean efforts by some of the team members, calls during the day, calls during the night, text messages, emails, letters, we were able to cure all but about 1,800 of the return ballot affidavit envelopes that we had said have an inconsistent signature. When we make those calls, we're doing exactly what I alluded to with the judge earlier, and we are asking for the person's mother's maiden name or the last four of their social security number to confirm the identity of the voter.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming you first are asking them whether they voted in early ballot.
Correct. There's a script that we use.
I figured. All right. So you mentioned 1,800 were not cured.
1,800 were not cured. 16,000 approximately were sent to curing.
Okay. So of those 1,800, were those ballot affidavit envelopes opened and the ballots counted?
No. No ballot affidavit envelope is opened prior to signature verification and auditing. So if we are never able to cure it, it gets set aside in a box and it's sealed up, and the envelope is never sliced and the ballot is never extracted, and that person doesn't get a vote in the election.
Okay. Now, what is your understanding as the county recorder of whether current Arizona law allows you to use previous verified early ballot affidavit signatures as part of the curing process, to compare the current affidavit signature with?
So it's explicitly set forth in the 2019 Elections Procedures Manual that we are able to use any previous return affidavit envelopes or any other official mail correspondence signed by the voter, and we're able to enter that into the voter's record and then able to use that for signature verification. So this is called out expressly in the 2019 Elections Procedures Manual that was signed by Attorney General Brnovich, signed by Governor Ducey, and was put forward by Secretary of State then Hobbs.
Okay, and you said you can enter it into the voter's record. Are you referring to what the law calls the voter registration record?
That's right.
Okay, and that's, the statutes have been tossed around, and I know you're the recorder, but I also know you're an attorney. So ARS 16550 says you compare the signature on the early ballot affidavit envelope with the signature in the voter registration record. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's where signature verification comes from?
That's correct.
Okay, and are you aware of whether ARS 16168F makes signatures in the voter registration record confidential?
It does.
And that's your position as the county recorder?
That is what we have been advised. That's what this office has always taken, and that's the position taken by all other 14 county recorders.
Okay. Now, are you aware of whether the law always allowed the recorders to use early ballot affidavit envelopes to conduct signature verification?
In 2019, there was a legislative change. The legislature changed that particular legislation away from voter registration form and to voter registration record. Excuse me, that was in 2018. And it was based off of that Secretary Hobbs wrote the elections procedures manual in 2019 that was then signed by Attorney General Brnovich and Governor Ducey. And when the draft manual of 2021 came up, they kept that provision in there. So the law was changed, and you'll have to forgive me, whether it was 2018 or 2019, from voter registration form to voter registration record.
Okay. And you mentioned the 2019 Elections Procedures Manual. Is that the currently operative edition of the manual?
It is. The 2021 manual was never signed off by all relevant parties. We did see many drafts of that manual. This particular topic was never raised by the Attorney General in his comments or by the Secretary of State. But that did not get ultimately signed off for other disputes. And so the 2019 manual was still in effect for the 2022 election cycle.
Okay. So that the record is clear, you may have answered this, but honestly, I don't know whether you did or not. Are you aware of whether other county recorders use prior elections, verified early ballot affidavit signatures to conduct signature verification?
At least 10 do. One would like.
Counties do their evidence before hearsay. That's what other counties do. They could have brought county recorded witnesses. In fact, they at one point said they bring some of them. So hearsay,
Your Honor, the recorder was going farther than what my question was. I asked him if he was aware. And so with the court's indulgence, I would like to have him answer that question, and then we can move from there. Mr. Blem may want to object again. I don't know, but.
Well, I'm not sure that whether he's aware is relevant unless you can ask the next question too. So assume we're at the next question. What's the response to the objection?
So the recorder is aware of what the policies throughout the state of Arizona is because he is the president of the Arizona County Recorders Association, and they attempt to set uniform policies for the state.
And right in there, one of the crux of the words, Your Honor, is attempt to set. And that doesn't mean they've set the policies of the state. And just because a bunch of people go somewhere in a back room and have a meeting and talk about what these policies should be, Your Honor, that's what we call hearsay.
Well,
because I don't get to cross-examine any of them to find out what they got to say about what's being said. And so, it's straight up hearsay, Your Honor. What did they say? What did you guys talk about?
the objection is overruled. You can proceed.
Recorder, if you will, just answer the question step by step. Are you aware of whether other county recorders in Arizona follow the same practice that you follow to use prior elections, verified early ballot affidavit signatures to conduct a future elections signature verification?
There are 15 county recorders, and as president of the Arizona County Recorders Association, I am aware of the practices of the other county recorders, the vast majority of whom use previous return ballot affidavit envelopes to verify signatures in the present election. I know that one of the recorders who does not currently do this would like to do this, but doesn't currently have access to the technology.
Okay. Are you aware that a Superior Court in Yavapai County has recently issued a ruling that calls this practice into question?
I am. It was litigated by one of my best friends.
Okay. So you're familiar with the ruling?
Yes.
At this point in time, Mr. Recorder, do you consider that ruling to have any legal effect upon your operations?
No, absolutely not. It was on a motion to dismiss from a superior court in Yavapai County, and we were not a named party to that. If the Secretary of State changes the elections procedures manual in the forthcoming elections procedures manual, and that is executed by the Attorney General and the Governor, or if the law is changed by the state legislature, then we will, of course, follow that law. But for now, it's business as usual.
Okay. And to be clear, you said you weren't named, so you were not a party in that case.
Maricopa County was not a party in that case. I was not a county party in that case. The Maricopa County Recorder's Office was not a party in that case.
Okay. And did any of the parties that you just mentioned file an amicus brief in that case, or otherwise make any type of appearance in that case?
No.
Just briefly, are there other signatures that you use for signature verification besides early ballot affidavit envelope signatures?
Yes. We will use signatures if the voter makes a voter registration modification, if the voter requests to be added to the active early voting list, if the voter writes back on receipt of the 90-day notice card. So we'll enter all that information into the voter registration record. And here, the universe of county recorders across the state of Arizona who do this actually expands such that I think 14 of the county recorders use some information other than the original voter registration form to verify the signature on the present ballot. Again, reading that as voter registration record.
Okay. So there are lots of possible signatures you could use. Is that correct?
Depending on how new the voter is. If it is a brand new voter, then the only signature that we would have on file, if he or she registered, let's say 30 days before the election, would be the signature on the voter registration form.
Okay. Let's think about a voter that has registered not just, right prior to this election, but they have a voting history. Are early ballot affidavit signatures considered important signatures for signature verification?
Yes.
And why is that?
Our approach is file, the better. We also can trace the evolution of the signature. Some of our voters who have voted here in Maricopa County for a long time, you can go into their file and you can see that their signature has evolved, and unfortunately many have degraded. Our very own elections director, Ray Valenzuela, likes to joke that his original 18-year-old signature had a heart above it. It no longer includes a heart on his voter registration on signatures that he returns. It's also important because the ballot affidavit envelope is the exact same target box and surface area as the return affidavit envelope, which we are assessing for consistency. And so I hear from a lot of people who say, well, I don't like the signature that I did originally at the Arizona MVD on that touchpad. And it's true. If we only have one signature on file, it is more likely to have to go through the curing process. But I tell those people, and they are often relieved, that we also keep all of the signatures on all ballot affidavit envelopes that you have returned. And that includes, yes, the general elections, the countywide elections, the statewide elections, but it also includes like the elections that we have coming up in just a few weeks here, the jurisdictional elections for school districts, bonds, overrides. Some of the municipalities are having elections as well that we conduct.
So when you do this signature verification, and we're almost through with what your office refers to as SigVer, and I may slip up and say that use that term, but are you looking for exact matches?
We're looking for consistency with broad strokes that we've been taught to identify in our training. Exact matches, I think even if I signed here twice, it wouldn't be an exact match. And I am reticent to use the word match, even just because I say consistency, both because that's what the practice is and because that's what's set forth in state statute and the elections procedures manual.
Okay, so give us, if you will, just a few. I know, and well, you said earlier that the training is extensive, but just a few examples of what types of characteristics you look for.
So on my own name, I have a trailing, my last letter in my first name is N, and the last letter in my last name is R. I have trailing N line and a trailing R line. The S on my first name is pointed, such that it's not like a nicely rounded S, but it's more of a pointed signature. And so those are some of the things that you've done. Once you do it, you realize that the vast majority of these are very easy to tell. And I hadn't done it prior to taking office, but since taking office, I've personally reviewed at least 10,000 signatures.
Okay, all right. Recorder, I want to move on now from signature verification to another discussion that I want to have with you. And this regards ARS 16168F. Are you familiar with that statute's, what I'm going to call confidentiality requirements?
I'm generally familiar with Title 16 in my given role in that I'm a certified election officer in Arizona. I'm familiar with Title 16, and in the context of this litigation, I have reviewed that particular statute, and yes, I am generally aware.
Okay. So let me just ask the question. Does that statute impose certain confidentiality requirements on you and the other county recorders?
It does, and it specifically enumerates a number of the things that Judge Hannah and I discussed, such as father's name, last four of your social, mother's maiden name, your email address, and your signature.
Okay. And those are kept confidential?
Correct.
Are there exceptions?
There are exceptions. In fact, we had a number of enterprising journalists who recently came to our facility who, pursuant to that statute, were able to review signatures and review them against the ballot affidavit envelope.
Okay. But that exception is in the statute, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's not your policy?
It's not my policy, and we apply the policy uniformly, evenly to whomever asks.
Okay. So you and Judge Hannah had a conversation earlier about some pieces of information that are made confidential by the statute. I want to go through just a few of those. You mentioned the final four of the Social Security number as being confidential. You said that, correct?
That's correct. And on the voter registration form, that's actually all we keep. So we don't keep the first five.
Okay. What is that number used for by your office?
It's used for confirming voter identification in situations where the voter might make a voter registration modification. In this context, it would be used for the aforementioned curing process, such that, again, if we determined after 2 reviews that the signature was inconsistent with the signatures that we had on file, then we would attempt to contact the purported voter, and we would ask the purported voter for personal identifying information, including the last 4 of his or her social. And if that matched, then we could say, this is indeed the person we're supposed to be speaking with.
Okay. Mother's maiden name?
Same story.
Same story. Okay. Signature.
Signatures, the same story. Anyone who has requested signatures, we have denied that. We've only used it for our expressly authorized purposes.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at. What do you use a voter's signature for in the voter registration record?
The same thing in terms of voter registration modifications, in terms of subscribing to the active early voting list. So if you want to subscribe to the active early voting list, you have to send in a written notice. And on that written notice, you have to sign it. And we use that signature to confirm identity. And of course, as we've discussed at length, return ballot affidavit envelopes for early ballots.
Okay. So if those signatures were made public, Would you have concerns about whether that could threaten election integrity in any way?
I would have a lot of concerns. Election integrity wouldn't necessarily be the first concern regarding this particular issue.
Okay, let's talk about just that. We'll talk about other concerns later, but just that. You say it wouldn't be your first concern. Why?
Because I think, as mentioned before, signature verification is the last step in the early voting affirmation process. So in order to participate in Arizona elections as an early voter, you can't just say, I want to vote and I'm just going to print a ballot and I'm going to return it and hope that they read it. You first have to be a registered voter at least 29 days in advance of the election. In order to be a registered voter, you have to have an identity. That's things that we check with the Motor Vehicle Division, we check with the Social Security Administration. You have to have a valid mailing address such that we can plot you within a district, within a location. And then when we send you a voter registration card, that card has to be deliverable. If it comes back as undeliverable, then we won't put you on the voter registration rolls. So we've established that a real person exists and that real person is able to receive mail at that address. As mentioned before, when we send out an early ballot packet, it goes to a specific voter. If that voter, for whatever reason, doesn't receive the early ballot packet and he or she says, I didn't receive the early ballot packet, then we would deactivate the previously sent out packet such that if somebody was swiping mailboxes or sneaking into people's homes in order to, round up thousands of necessary ballots to have an impact on an election, then if that would only be meaningful if the intended voters didn't say, hey, I don't have my ballot anymore. Can you send me a new one? And we would deactivate it. Now, again, last part of that process would be that the ballot thief would have to imitate the person's signature such that it could be consistent with past signatures on file. I think that the cost, the barriers for making that signature consistent with past signatures go down considerably if you have, or anyone who requests it, so any member of the public who makes this request would have nicely lined up all 1.3 million Arizonans who have returned a early ballot affidavit envelope in the 2022 election. It would have their address, it would have their name, and it would have their most recent signature right there. And so if you were going around fishing for signatures, I guess you'd have to explore the whole internet to try and find signatures. You don't know if that's an exact match for that person. You don't know if it's a 20-year-old signature. But with this method, you would the barriers for doing that would be significantly reduced. And I will say that by making this a public record, it's not just people who in our community who might have a legitimate purpose. It would be anyone in the world. Anyone in the world, whether they're from Russia or from China, would be able to write into our office and say, this is a public record, I'm making a public records request, and we would fulfill it, just like we treat every public records requester the same, which is why we've denied this for anyone who has requested it.
Okay. So
You said name and address, phone number too, right?
Phone number as well.
So, Recorder Richard, I want to just make certain that what you just testified is clear. You said concerns about election integrity wouldn't be your top concern if envelopes are released. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it would be a concern, it sounds like you're saying, just not your top concern.
It would be a concern because it would reduce the cost of casting a fraudulent early ballot.
Okay. All right. Have you ever released early ballot affidavit envelopes publicly?
No, and to my knowledge, neither did my predecessor, neither did his predecessor, Helen Purcell, neither has any county recorder in the state of Arizona.
Okay. Can I ask you to please bring Exhibit 25 back up on the screen? Put in the password off.
At 25 back up there.
And if you look at a little smaller, Jack, when they bring it up.
Smaller?
Yeah. I want, if we can, I want the full, yeah, one more, Jack. Perfect. Recorder, this was bad witness preparation on my part. I didn't ask you if you know the answer to the question I'm about to ask. So if you know, what portion of that envelope is scanned into the voter registration record?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. Okay. So when that envelope comes in, and this of course is a representation, but when that envelope comes into your office and the voter's signature is there, that signature is what is scanned into the registration record. Is that correct?
It is not immediately. So again, we scan the barcode, capture the image, load it through the FTP secure file link to the application that we use for assessing signatures. Once it has been confirmed as a signature, meaning it's gone through the audit queue and good sigged, as you know the lingo is, and then sent to the ballot processing, the bipartisan ballot processing team, then yes, it is entered into the voter's registration record such that we can use it for future elections, including this upcoming jurisdictional elections.
Okay. And just as an aside, if the signature is bad sigged, it's been sent to curing because it wasn't consistent, is that signature scanned in?
If it is bad sigged and never cured, then it is not scanned in. If it is bad sigged and then we call the voter and the voter says, yeah, actually, that's where my signature is at these days, then we will, because now we have an updated signature from the voter that the voter has represented to us is his or her new signature, and that's helpful to us in future elections.
Okay. Now, to be very clear, Recorder, the green envelope, the paper envelope, is that paper envelope somehow shoved into the computer?
No.
Okay, so the paper envelope doesn't actually become part of the electronic voter registration record. Is that correct?
Just the image, correct.
The image. And is it an exact image?
It is an exact image.
And to ask the dumb question, but to get it on the record, if that exact image were made public, would that be equivalent to making the envelope public?
Yes, the only difference would be, I suppose, less administrative burden.
Okay.
Let me break in because I think
Please, Your Honor.
I'm the one who created this issue in the first place. You said, if I understood you a few minutes ago, that when the envelope and its contents get to the signature verification part of the process, that the signature is extracted by what you described as a fancy machine.
Yes.
And that image is transmitted in some kind of a file to the signature reviewers.
Correct.
Okay. And they have also access to some number of exemplars.
At the first level, 3. At the manager level, all.
Okay. Are those extracted signatures preserved in any way, or they just become superfluous and they're put through the computer file shredder?
Yes, they are preserved in that we enter, if it's a good signature, that into the voter registration record such that we have that signature for future reference.
Okay. So you keep, that's what I'm getting at. Do you keep both the an image of the ballot affidavit envelope, and separately an image of the signature portion of the envelope, or one or the other, or both?
Both.
Okay. And why do you keep both?
Because that's how it takes an image of the envelope, and it's just focused in on for the purpose of signature verification on that portion of the envelope.
Okay, but do you keep the envelope because that's where the signature came from? Is that why you keep these envelopes as opposed to throwing them away?
Correct. And we take an image of the whole ballot affidavit envelope because a surprising number of people don't write within the box. And so if we need to, we can move the image around such that we can find it. A lot of people write on, for instance, the telephone number line.
Okay. But then after that election is over, you continue to maintain this?
We continue to maintain the digital format, but not the physical format.
Right. I understand. And when I say this, I'm pointing at the image. So you maintain that scanned image.
Correct.
Okay. And do you maintain those indefinitely?
To my knowledge, yes, because we have signatures that go back many years. Now, it would only be when we began capturing the image, but we have no plans to remove them. They're part of what we think of as the immutable voter registration record. So even if a voter cancels, he or she moves out of state, cancels their county voter registration record, we still keep that record. It's just given a cancellation status, and we keep it for forever.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Recorder Richer. Now I want to quickly, we're almost done. I want to quickly address one other subject with you. Are you personally aware of whether election officials have been harassed or threatened as a result of their work in elections?
I'm sorry. I'm stealing your thunder, but I thought of another question. You
Please.
said that the voter the signature goes to the voter registration record, is made part of the voter registration record when it's determined to be a good signature.
Correct.
Is there some way that maybe the best way for me to conceptualize it is an example. If there's a bad signature, how do you know to go back and not include that in the voter registration record? And when I say that, I mean the image of the entire envelope. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. So only if it is approved as a good signature will we enter it into the voter's file. If we never confirm the signature, then that image does not become part of the voter's registration record.
So it's held in some
Purgatory.
Purgatory
Yes.
until that determination is made.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Recorder Richer, are you aware of whether election officials have been harassed or threatened as a result of their work in elections?
All too aware from my very first day on January 4th, 2021.
Okay. And how are you aware?
I've had more than 10 people cry to me who are employees. I'm currently the victim in a number of federal proceedings. There have been individuals who have been prosecuted. I have seen the emails that have come in to both me and to the staff and to some of my elected colleagues. I attended recently a sentencing hearing before Judge Lanza of the United States District Court for the District of Arizona. He talked at length about the broad statistics pertaining to elections officials, The Brennan Center has found that 1 out of every 6 elections officials in the United States has been subject to some form of threat or harassment. 6 out of every 10 election workers say that it's a concern of theirs. And I would imagine it would be particularly acute in Arizona just because we've been the subject of so much conversation about this particular topic and because we're a battleground state.
Okay. You mentioned that it's happened to you personally. Is that correct?
Correct. One person has already been sentenced. With respect to a threat that he made to me, I have trial in October in the Eastern District of Missouri for another one, and the DOJ has open matters on a number of other people.
Okay. The one who's already been sentenced, Recorder, if you're comfortable doing it, will you tell the court how you were threatened, what this is about?
Many of them I've probably received over 200 voice messages to my personal cell phone that will be explicit in what they want to do. I've probably received over 100,000 social media messages. I've probably received over, I'll say, I won't estimate, but a lot of emails. Some of them are to the effect of, you know what happens to traitors. Some of them, the ones that are of particular interest to our Attorney General and to the County Attorney's Office and to the FBI and the DOJ, are the ones that are expressed in their language, like I'm going to get you, or in this particular instance, I think I want to put that Jew in the oven so badly that I can almost taste it, and his children are not off limits. Here's where his wife works. We should get her too. Language along those lines.
Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing that. I don't want you to describe any conversations or emails here. I simply want you to answer yes or no, if you will. Has this happened to your employees in the recorder's office? And by this, I mean these types of threats or harassment.
Consistently since I took office, it spikes when there are certain events that happen. It spiked in March of 2021. It spiked in May of 2021 when the Cyber Ninjas wrongfully alleged that we deleted files. It spiked when President Trump came to Arizona in the summer of 2021 and said there were 74,000 phantom ballots that were injected into the system, a claim that was later by his team said to be false. So things of that nature can cause a spike. Yes, particular team members have been identified through the footage that we make available on our website through our 24/7 live streaming cameras. Many of those people have been identified and targeted. The person who used to be head of the signature verification team and was the assistant director of early voting recently had an article describing some of the challenges she's faced at length, with people coming up to her door, people sending very explicit messages to her. She is one of many who decided enough's enough. It's a shame. She was a 10 out of 10 employee. Regarding my peer county recorders, 6 have left since I took office. So there are 15. 6 have left since January of 2021. The vast majority of whom have said, not worth it.
Are you aware of whether elections directors have resigned since January of 2021?
So the elections director is the nomenclature we typically use for the Board of Supervisors' main person in election administration. And so for Maricopa County, that would be Scott. But in Maricopa County, we also sort of use that for Ray, who's sort of the main person. But so yes, there have been. I think it has been 5, maybe more elections directors. Yavapai, Cochise, Yuma. Bob just left, so that was another one in Cochise. Pinal has had multiple leavings, including a very strongly acerbic worded letter that she sent to the Board of Supervisors. So it's there's plenty to choose from.
Okay. All right. Have you have you had opportunity to consider whether the type of harassment that you just described that happens today, whether that is different from the type of harassment that happened in previous election cycles, let's say prior to January of 2021?
Oh, prior to January of 2021 was night and day. 2020, well, the 2020 election was the inflection point. So we've had many people who have been part of the office for 30 plus years who have never seen anything like what they've seen since November of 2020. Public records requests is itself indicative of the type of explosion of these type of interactions. My office used to receive about 40 public records requests a year, most of them pretty garden variety voter registration records from competing candidates, making sure that they'd always been a Republican, because if they hadn't always been a Republican, then I'm going to talk about that. But in 2022, we received over 1,300 public records requests. Some of them have, in fact, enabled some of the harassment that has happened. I referenced the video footage that's accessible through a public records request. And we've spent hours going through some of that video footage only to then have people use it to identify Brian, who works in the BTC, who I think was doing this. Then we're going to find Brian on LinkedIn. Then we're going to use that to go down the rabbit hole to find out more about Brian. Then we're going to confront him in person. And so all of that has happened.
Okay. Are you aware of whether voters have been harassed in Maricopa County for casting early ballots?
Yes, we are the place that I guess a lot of people think of when they have anything that happens outside the ordinary in terms of voting. And so we've received reports throughout the last 3 years of people coming to people's doors and saying, why are people coming to my doors? I participate in the election. Why are people asking me about it? We are aware of the intrigue and vigilantism surrounding ballot drop boxes throughout the entire state. Certainly Recorder Hoffman and now Recorder Burchell could attest to the Lions of Liberty group in Yavapai County, because Yavapai County has lots of drop boxes. And so these would be people with very visible weapons who would be staking out those areas. And that happened in the 2022 November general election context as well, for both our outdoor Mesa drop box and for our one at the McTech facility, in terms of people feeling intimidated by the presence of others who were there for the express purpose of monitoring the Dropbox.
Okay. Now, I don't want you to talk about, I'm going to ask you if you received complaints. I don't want you to talk about what the complaints said. That would be hearsay, and I don't want you to do that. But my question to you is, has your office received complaints from voters who had people come to their door asking about their early voting activities?
Yes. Why are you making this information public? Because it's public, whether or not you participated in the election. Why are you not telling these people off? With respect to the drop boxes, why are you not sending the sheriff's office to guard every single drop box? Because that would be against the law. So lots of questions emanating from those concerns. Questions is a polite way of putting it, where why aren't you doing this is sort of more of a suggestion that you should be doing this.
Okay, so you received those.
Correct.
Recorder, my final question for you. Do you, as the Maricopa County Recorder, who is, entrusted by law with the administration of early voting, do you have any concerns if early ballot affidavit envelopes are released publicly?
So to begin answering that question, I should say that before thinking about this, we didn't release this because we were advised by counsel that it would be unlawful. That was our reading of the statute as well. that was consistent with the county's long-standing practice, that was consistent with what other counties did. So the assessment was whether or not we could release this. And we just said, no, we can't release this, which is why we've said no to this particular plaintiff, but to others as well. It's not discriminatory. This particular plaintiff has made public records requests through present counsel and through counsel Tim Lasota previously that we have fulfilled. But this was not our understanding of the law, and so we did not fulfill it. Regarding sort of the abstract concept, if this became a public record, I spoke previously about the voter integrity concern, but I think there are other concerns as well. There's certainly a voter privacy concern that has been voiced to me by many, but the concern that I'm most interested in terms of an administrative process is how does this change voter behavior? If voters know that that envelope with their address, with their name, with their signature, with their cell phone number can be made available to anyone in the world who requests it, do voters behave differently? Do their voting patterns change? Does that mean we have to plan for our election differently? Do lots of voters just not sign all of a sudden the ballot affidavit envelope, and then we all of a sudden have to cure not 16,000 ballot affidavit envelopes, but 160,000 ballot affidavit envelopes? If that happened with our current staffing, we wouldn't be able to make good attempts for all 160,000 of those people, and I suspect that some of those people would be disenfranchised. And then I worry about a chilling effect. If there are some people who are hypersensitive about their personal information, and knowing that this would be made public, I wonder if it would have a chilling effect on even participating in this process, which the United States Constitution and case law has said is a fundamental right. And it's a fundamental right that's different from, say, signing an initiative or registering a deed. It is one of our constitutional rights that has a very significant lineage in our constitutional law, and so I worry about that.
Okay. Now, you mentioned signing deeds, and it's funny that you brought that up. The plaintiff has raised the fact that deed signatures are public, and let me just ask you, is that correct? Are signatures on deeds public?
All of the recorded documents on our website, we have about 51 million recorded documents going back to 1872, are public if you search the right keywords.
Okay. I know that you can't possibly know what other people think. And so I'm not asking you, what do other people think about that? What I'm asking you is this. Do you think it's possible that there are people in Maricopa County who don't realize that when they signed a property deed, their signature was made public?
We have people who will record divorce decrees that will reveal salacious details of the situation, only to then later realize that, like, oh gosh, that's part of the public record that anyone can see. And then they'll try to say, hey, can you please take that down? And we say, absent a court order, we can't take that down and we can't redact that from a recorded document. So I know expressly that there are some people who do not realize that when they record a document, it becomes part of the public record.
Okay, so, and this is my final question, Recorder. I just want to connect the dots in what you said. You said you were concerned that people might not sign their early ballot affidavit envelopes because they don't want their signature to be public. The fact that they have that they've signed a property deed, does that change your analysis at all about that, whether they might not sign their early ballot affidavit envelope?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Recorder. And Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
I've got just a couple more before the other side cross-examines. You said at the very beginning, you're responsible for maintenance of the voter registration database. Is the voter registration database where this information goes, or is that something different?
Yes, this information goes to the voter registration database, which is distinct from the tabulation server, which only houses results from the ballot.
Okay. So when we talk about, I'm trying to see what corresponds with what. Voter the statute refers to voter registration records. You said you're responsible for maintaining the voter registration database. Is the voter registration database where you keep the voter registration records?
Yes, that's correct. The voter registration database is the vehicle through which we keep the millions of voter registration records.
All right. So by law, that's your responsibility as well.
Correct.
One more question about that. Who ultimately decides what goes into the voter registration database?
If it's not clearly set forth in statute or in the elections procedures manual, I would.
Okay. But to the extent that something is spelled out in the statutes or the voter or the elections manual, you follow that.
Correct.
I know the answer to this one, but I'm going to ask you anyway. You're bound by the elections procedures manual, right?
It has the force and
How to
effect.
follow it. Just as like you'd have to follow what the Supreme Court said.
Correct.
Is there anything that on the election side, I understand that, the deed property side is different, but on the election side, is there any information that you keep that you consider not part of somebody's voter registration record? Other than, and in terms of things that would have any kind of personal information about voters in it?
So we wouldn't keep any correspondence with the voter. So if the voter wrote in and said, I have a question as this, or how do I find the voting location? That wouldn't be entered into the voter registration record, but all official voter registration mail, whether it's a returned active early voting card, or whether it's a return 90-day notice card, or whether it's a voter modification form, that would be included in the record.
Here's what I'm trying to figure out. The statute refers to voter registration record, and the plaintiff's position is this is not part of the voter registration record. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out if there's really a delta there. Is there anything other than the voter registration record that you have that has people's names, addresses, and phone numbers and signatures in it?
That has signatures? No. We keep a communications customer service management system that will have our interactions with them, that will have information about times when they've written in the past. But that is distinct, and it wouldn't have anything like the last four of the social, or whether the person had returned a ballot by mail or had voted in person.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is that what you're describing, the past as well as the present practice of the recorder?
So I you don't. Yeah. Yes. That is definitely the past and present past practice of both Recorder Fontes and Recorder Purcell. But for instance, if if somebody said, I want all the email correspondence with a particular voter, we would of course produce it. So
But it wouldn't include the email address.
correct.
Okay. Do you want to get started?
Up to this court, Your Honor. If it's-
Let's go ahead. I have a meeting, so we'll do 10 or 15 minutes and then we'll break for lunch.
Yes, sir. All right, really quickly, and I guess that's good because we can sort of stay on the same topic the Honorable Hannah was just talking to you about. And that deals with, I guess, the difference between, I think what you're saying, and I might be confused. And so we have a voter registration record, correct?
Correct.
Is that a public record?
The voter registration record itself is a public record.
I believe you just testified that about the guy who got divorced, who lodged his divorce decree. It's a silly thing to do. Sorry if he's listening, but there's
a lot of them.
As a public record with the county recorder's office, correct?
Well, if he recorded the document on our recording side, then that would be accessible through our public recording database, because the whole point of making a public recording is to have it be a public recording. I mean, it goes back to the purpose of the system is to show ownership of title in the land context. And so we have a race notice state, and I know you know what that means. And so that the recorder's database is where you would go to look if you had a dispute over, most commonly, ownership of property.
All right. But you also testified, well, really quickly, you said the public side. Do you have a non-public side of the voter that are registered records?
If I said that, I apologize, and I meant to say the recording side.
The recording side. And so you record formal legal documents, and then once recorded, I believe your testimony was they cannot be changed, altered anyway?
Absolutely. Correct. So you come up, as long as it meets certain minimum statutory requirements, and we take your $30 and we record the document, and people will record all sorts of stuff.
All right. And so that brings me back to, I think was it the Yavapai case that you had mentioned in your testimony?
I think counsel asked me about the Yavapai case.
And its interpretation of what a registration record versus registration form is. And so you're familiar with 16161, correct? Both your capacity as the recorder and your capacity as the early ballot elections director, whatever.
I'm generally familiar with the statute. If there's a specific line, I'll ask you to refresh my recollection.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Section A. And Section A then says, when the registration form is filled out, comma, signed by the elector and received by the county recorder, comma, it shall constitute an official public record of the registration of the elector. And so with that, my question, I suppose, would be, what legal authority do you have, or has anybody had? Because if it's been practiced before you and you're just continuing practice, I just want to know what legal authority you have to add signatures from the voter registration database into the voter registration record if you cannot change or modify those records once they become formal public records.
Sorry, we can't change or modify the recorded documents. We do modify a voter's voter registration record, and we do produce those as public records requests. For instance, if Joe said, I want the voter registration card of Brian Blem, then we would say, okay, fill out a public records request form. We would produce it. You would say you're, I think, registered Republican. It would have certain information. but it would not have the information that we have not produced pursuant to Part F that we've discussed a lot and pursuant to the best interests of the state. So we would treat your privacy and withhold that information as we would any other voter.
So you'd give me a voter registration record that's heavily redacted?
We would give you a voter registration record that wouldn't have, for instance, the email or the last four of your social security number or your signature.
So you would give me a copy of that form because it's a recorded document. And so if you record a document, what I'm asking you is what statutory authority absent, you set a court order, you can't redact it, you can't delete this guy's divorce decree and he's humiliated and can't change it.
We're talking about you're talking about apples and oranges. He was talking about the recorded, the property records.
Well, then that's what my question is, Your Honor, of him is what statutory authority he has to modify the registration form, Your Honor, which the law makes a public record.
So recording public documents is under a completely different title.
Understood.
I'm not sure if I misheard what counsel said or if counsel misspoke or if I got it exactly right. But I believe counsel misstated the law in his question to Recorder Richer. And so if counsel wouldn't mind, I would ask that he read subpart A of the statute, which is what he's asking the recorder about, just so that the law is stated clearly, because the recorder doesn't have it in front of him. And so he's being asked a question related to this particular statute. He needs to know what the statute actually says.
And I forgive me. I thought I did read it to you, Mr. Richer. And how should I refer to you? Should I refer to you as Recorder Richer, Mr. Richer?
Either will suffice. Thank you.
Would you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, my question is simply this. If given the text of 16161A,
161.
16161A, Your Honor, official record of registration.
Okay.
And it states, and I'll read this verbatim for you. I'm not trying to. When the registration form is filled out, comma, signed by the elector, comma, and received by the county recorder, comma, it shall constitute an official public record of the registration of the elector. And okay, does that mean it becomes a public record in your office?
And that is why, for instance, if Joe requested your voter registration card, you could get certain information, other information pursuant to a state statute, we would redact.
And understood. And so I'm going back then to the divorce decree and asking, because you testified that you as the recorder have no power once that becomes a recorded document. You don't have the power to just delete it for poor Joe.
So in different titles, there are different laws.
Understood.
And in the recorded documents, those relate to a different title than does information relating to register to vote.
And that's why I asked what statutory authority gives you the power then to add these voter registration affidavits into the voter's registration record.
The subpart F that we've discussed at length.
168F, 16168F?
That sounds right.
Sorry, I'm going to have to pull up my statutes. 168. Are you telling me that it's subsection 168F that gives you the authority to add these to the voter's registration record, or is it? And I don't want to play games. 168F contains exclusions and mandates privacy for voter registration record, correct?
Correct.
And so it states that you cannot have access to this stuff, correct?
Correct. And we apply that evenly across anyone who requests for any voter it's being requested of. And it's not just the signature. As mentioned, we also don't give the last four of your social security out to Joe LaRue if he made a public records request for it.
Understood. And so there are exclusions there, correct?
Correct.
And those are for, campaigns, election related, it says elections related activities, something like that, correct? Not campaigns.
It says members of the media, as referenced earlier, and I'll defer to you with the statute if you've been able to pull it up on the other ones, but it doesn't say but meritorious versus less meritorious public records requests, or if the public records requester really wants it or doesn't really want it.
Okay. And so my Wi-Fi stopped. It must be just about lunchtime. I'll change gears there.
Just ask me about football then in the meantime.
That's fine. You've answered my question. And so I guess what I need to do is go do some research in the other public records laws, right, that regulate Joe's divorce and whatnot, to find out what statutory authority there is to add this affidavit envelope signature.
Actually, I thought you said the elections procedures manual mandates that you do that.
I'm sorry, the elections procedures manual mandates with respect to being able to use past ballot affidavit envelopes. The subpart that we have relied on for not producing signatures is that part F of the statutes.
Right, but when the question, as I understood it, was what authorizes you to make the ballot affidavit envelopes part of the voter registration record?
Oh.
That's the
Well,
election procedures manual, right?
which is an interpretation, which is an expansion of state statute, and we going back to that change in 2019 from form to record.
Right,
Yes.
I understand that,
Yes.
but that's what the Secretary of State says you're supposed to do.
Correct.
Okay, so it's your testimony here today that it's the elections procedures manual that tells you to put these voter affidavit signatures into the voter's registration record.
So the 2019 elections procedures manual took state statute, which had been amended from form to record, and said record includes these other pieces of official mail that have a signature on them, and you county recorders, 15 county recorders, can use that, whether it's a ballot affidavit envelope or a voter modification change, you can use that signature for verifying, for determining consistency of return ballot affidavit envelopes for the election. And that elections procedures manual was in effect for the 2022 election. So we, of course, followed it. And if and when they write a 2023 elections procedures manual, we will follow that.
All right, well, thank you. I think that answers my question. And so moving on.
All right.
All right. And so I apologize. I don't want to be redundant, but Mr. LaRue asked you some questions about your background. I do know you're an attorney. We've already had that. What law firm did you work for?
I worked at the law firm Steptoe and Johnson, which is a Washington, D.C. based international firm. I later worked at the law firm Lewis Roca. I also did legal externships with the Cato Institute and some other places as well. So
When did you work for Lewis and Roca?
prior and even a little bit into becoming recorder. So I think I joined Lewis Roca in July 2019, and I stayed there until July 2021. And then it was a little bit too much with juggling the two things and going back and forth between offices. But I'm sure you and I know many of the same people, because Lewis Roca, a lot of them have been around for a while.
Oh, and I do have to correct the record.
It's Lewis Roca now. That is the name. I thought you were going to get me on Lewis Roca, Rothgerber, and Christie.
The record I want to correct with you is when you were telling me about the voter registration form, you said, well, and if I were to get yours, I believe you said, and I think you're a registered Republican.
Guessing, completely guessing. No idea. Yes. Let the record reflect that I do not know Brian Blum's political party. but you can request it.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, I apologize for that.
It doesn't matter if you looked at me. Council just wants to make clear that he's not affiliated with any political parties. So. Okay, so let's talk about signatures a little bit. And you were in court when I did my brief opening, correct? And we talked about signatures and how we widely use them for everything.
Stream of commerce, you said.
And so what makes these particular signatures different?
Well, to begin with, we didn't think we even had a determination. We read the statute, we read the subpart, says don't produce the signature. Okay, we don't produce the signature. Now, if you'd asked me to sort of ruminate on this topic.
Can I ask you to stop just 1 second?
Certainly.
Sort of go back. And that's my fault, not yours. Okay, the bad setup for my question. I would like to talk about this question, I guess, in two different parts. And I would like to separate 168F, because there's a legal battle right now about whether or not these constitute part of the registration record, right? As the recent case ruling that just came out. And so that's something the courts will decide later. But if we can separate 168F from the best interest of the state standard, right? That these are public records. And so my question just pertains then, so set aside 168F, just pertains to the best interest of the state standard. And what makes these signatures different than signatures people routinely drop into the chain of commerce, as they do with these?
No, so if you're talking about the best interest of the state, which was, again, not our reasoning for originally denying this record, but I would say that there's a little bit more constitutional heft to protecting the right to vote than there is the right to sign your bill at the restaurant. I forgot which restaurant you went to with your wife, but so that has a lot of constitutional backing to it that would jealously guard anything that could deter an individual from participating in an election.
All right. And so you believe then that if people think their signatures are made public, even though they dropped them in the stream of commerce in public, that will impact their willingness to vote?
I've been told that by many people.
Have you? Okay. And so, and you are correct that, and I agree as a lawyer that the weight of a person's right to vote is substantial, and so is the equal protection of law clause of the United States Constitution.
Is there a question coming here?
Yes, Your Honor. And so, are there equal protection concerns with respect to the current system for voter signature identification?
This isn't something I've given any thought to, but I couldn't imagine we treat every voter the same. Everyone who participates through this process, any voter can participate through this process. We wouldn't reveal signatures for some voters and not for other voters. We wouldn't signature verify for some voters and not for other voters. And so.
And my question relates more to equal protection and the right to vote as it surrounds verification of signatures. And so, for example, if somebody submits, were to submit a ballot that was fraudulently signed by somebody else and it were approved, does that diminish the equal protection rights of other people?
I'm going to interpose and sustain my own relevance objection here.
Okay, Your Honor.
I'm not sure what that has to do with what we have.
All right, but can we agree that the signature that the voter attests onto the ballot, can we just say envelope and all agree that what we're talking about is the executed ballot affidavit envelope?
So we refer to it as the ballot affidavit envelope because it is a legal statement.
Okay.
So that's why we do it. But if you say envelope, I'll try to follow along, but that's why I refer to it as affidavit envelope.
I'll just be consistent with your legal
All right.
your legal statement and your legal practice then. And so could we agree that when a person voting by mail goes to vote, that that signature constitutes their identification and that it's the Maricopa County Recorder's job to verify that identification?
So I would amend that slightly to it is a component of the verification. And yes, it is my job if it's a Maricopa County voter.
And so somebody just straight up is on the Pebble list, the permanent early voting list.
Active now.
Excuse me.
Active now, Brian.
It changed?
Yeah. Active early voting list since 2021.
Yeah, sorry. I
That's all right.
do not consider myself to be an Arizona resident, but, you know, I'm spending way too much time here. With respect to the early voting list, the people are on the permanently, you automatically send them ballots, right?
For every election for which they are eligible. So for instance, we have a City of Phoenix jurisdictional election coming up regarding a bond. If you don't live in the City of Phoenix or registered voter in City of Phoenix, then even if you're on the active early voting list, you're not getting a ballot for that.
And so they get it in the mail, they vote it, and they sign it. And then they have a few options, correct? They can
Yes.
deposit it back in the mail, correct?
Correct.
They can take it to a drop box somewhere, correct?
Correct.
And then there are drop boxes in both that are standalone drop boxes, and then you have drop boxes in early voting centers, correct?
Correct.
And they can use any one of those.
They can use any one of them as long as it's in our possession by 7 p.m. on election night, which is different from some states. Since you mentioned you're from a different state, some states, they only say you has to be postmarked by 7 p.m. on election date, but we're a receipt state.
And so at no point in that chain do they have to produce a physical identification, correct?
The ballot affidavit envelope is physical.
It's their identification, correct?
It's a component of it, yes.
And I guess that's what I'm talking about, because if you go to the polls on election day, you have to show an identification, correct?
You do, yes.
I apologize. In a meeting at noon.
Oh, that's fine.
I apologize for
No
breaking
problem.
here. Let's recess until 1:30.
Okay.
And then we'll start up again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Prior to election day, yes, you have to scan your identification and then someone comes over and checks it and then you can get a ballot printed.
Okay. And then they put it in an envelope, right?
Correct, and they,
Is that the white envelope you were testifying about?
yes,
And then they seal it, of course, and then they sign it.
correct.
Okay. And then they give it to you. They put it in a Dropbox or?
They put it in a secure box and then that gets picked up by a bipartisan team that brings it back to McTech.
All right. And then the exclusive vote by mail. You get a ballot in the mail. You vote it, you seal it, sign it, put it in the mail or drop it off.
That's right.
First two forms I talked about, you had to show an ID, correct?
You know, I kind of think I see where this, unless I'm missing my guess, it appears that you want to talk about the security of the different signature verification ways and
No, Your Honor.
where are we going then?
Well,
I mean, I've ruled that the 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 verification process and the things that have to do with the signature verifications are not relevant. The why we need why you need these materials. It appears to me that where you're going is we need these materials because we can't trust the signatures.
That's not where I'm going, Your Honor.
Then tell me where you're going.
It might be related.
And then tell me where you're going.
We're going to talk about the law now, Your Honor, and his lawful authority to add the signatures from those green envelopes into the voter's registration record.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You recall our conversation earlier about the voter registration form record. We had read that statute, and you're supposed to take the form and scan it in, make it a public record, right?
Yes.
And so I'm just trying to see here what, and it's on page 68 of the EPM. I'm sorry, I turn pages very slowly. And that deals, are you familiar with page 68 of the EPM?
I'm familiar with the Elections Procedures Manual, but no, I can't tell you what's on page 68.
Well, Section A, County Recorder Responsibilities, subsection 1, signature verification. Okay. And so I just want, is this the section, what I'm trying to get at, that you rely on to use previous ballot affidavit envelopes to verify current ballot affidavit envelope?
I think you need to show them.
All right.
What you're talking about.
And, you know, we could do that. I could, there's a little, I tell you what, let me go to council table. Know this works.
That's fine. You can do the examination from there if you like. At least this part.
The court, oh, yeah, my client's telling me that it's being reported that the court feed is muted. It might be me, I'm just a quiet.
Do you need me to do anything to test it or anything? Okay, we're good. All right.
You good? All right. And so this section A, subsection 1. And can you see it there, or should I enlarge it a little bit?
Oh, that helps. Yes, thank you.
All right. And the second sentence there, it says, in addition to the voter registration form, the county recorder should also consult additional known signatures from the official election documents in the voter's registration record, such as signature rosters or early ballot PEVL request forms. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what it says.
Does it say anything there about previous early ballots that were voted? Or is it just the other documents that you were?
It says the signature rosters, early ballot, and PEVL. PEVL would be the return ballot affidavit envelopes.
It's, and so you're saying those are the envelopes and not the requests to be on PEVL or requests for an early ballot? Because you testified earlier you had to sign for those, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so those constitute an effective change of the voter's registration, don't they?
If you are not on the active early voting list and then subscribe to the active early voting list, yes.
Okay. And then if you change your address, for example, that's a change in your actual voter registration form. It's a change in your registration record, right?
You would have to complete a new voter registration form, in fact.
So would you agree that this doesn't specifically authorize you to use those ballot affidavit envelopes to verify future election-related signatures?
I would not.
You would not, okay. And so, with respect to your authority to enter those ballot affidavit envelopes into the voter's registration record, I want to go to page 69 and
So
all enlarged, and I'm sorry,
no worries.
I'm just not all that technically.
No worries.
On page 6.
Looks like that was 65 that you just went on to. 67. 68. There's just 69.
Okay, do you see this paragraph here? Let me just go back up and get so we have the right section that we're citing to here. This deals with,
Well, that's the same section that you just.
yep, very
Okay.
same section. So on page 69, then the first full sentence. And so this is why I wanted to ask you about the different forms of ID provided and the different types of methods of voting, I suppose you could say. Because this section in the very last sentence says, after verifying an in-person early ballot, a county recorder may update the signature in the voter's registration record or the voter's record by scanning the voter's affidavit signature and uploading the signature image to the voter's record. And is that what you rely on?
Among other things, but yes, that plainly states our ability to enter the voter registration affidavit, or excuse me, the ballot affidavit envelope into the record.
But if you go up before that to where it says, however, because voters who cast an early ballot in person at an on-site early voting location, emergency voting center, or through a special election board must show identification prior to receiving a ballot. Early ballots cast in person should generally not be invalidated based solely on allegedly inconsistent signature absent other evidence that the signatures were made by the same person. And so doesn't that last section that gives you authority to add ballot affidavit envelopes only apply to those people who vote in person, who get an identification, and whose signatures are then verified in the signature verification process?
No, no one has interpreted it as such. It says all early ballots, including ballots by mail at the beginning of the paragraph.
That one specifically talks about all early ballots. And it ends by saying, must be signature verified by the county recorder. So that applies to all, correct?
Correct. And the however,
And then it goes to however.
as a stipulation with respect to the scrutiny given to a signature.
Well, isn't it a however indicating that you have these specific class of people who are going to a voting center and voting early. They're showing their identification and they are then having their ballot affidavit envelope signature verified. And only those are allowed to be added to the voter's registration record.
I don't agree with that position. Nobody has made that argument before. The Attorney General didn't endorse that argument. The governor didn't endorse that argument.
All right, very good. Do you signature verify the ballot affidavit envelopes of people who vote in voting centers?
Yes.
You signature verify them all?
Yes.
The white envelopes?
Yes.
Actual humans?
Yes.
Is that testimony inconsistent with the testimony that was given at the Lake v. Hobbs trial in which?
No. The white affidavit envelopes are segregated and they, pursuant to this, are given a faster review because, as you note, that person has already shown identification.
I'm sorry,
We're not. Let's move on to something else. We're not testifying about we're not taking evidence on the signature verification process. It's a public records case.
understood, Your Honor. And I apologize.
No worries.
And my other thing.
Probably used to a whole bunch of monitors.
Don't have. All right, so I'll continue to ask questions while I look for this, but you gave some testimony about threats. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you have any knowledge of information if my client is engaged in that?
I'm sorry, I don't follow the question.
Or is it my client that's threatening people?
Wow. No, I don't believe Miss Lake and I have ever communicated directly.
And, what about the witnesses we had set to testify? Were you saying that any of them had made threats to you?
I think what Mr. LaRue was asking me about was the global nature of threats and if any specific threats had been made towards me or towards other people who have worked in elections, whether my colleagues or my staff or elections officials throughout the country. I didn't understand him to suggest that those threats were being specifically made by people here who are here today.
I just want to make that clear because when you're just talking about general threats and the issue is whether or not evidence should be given to a certain party, then you understand what I'm saying?
I don't think anyone in this courtroom has threatened to kill me. No.
Do you have any information or knowledge as to whether or not, people on the, I guess it could break down two ways, and maybe it's a good place to talk about it, but you said, I believe when you testified earlier, I can't remember what word you used. There's a watershed moment type of term, 2020.
Oh, inflection point, probably mentioned. Yeah.
That was the correct term. Thank you very much. But you referred to 2020 as an inflection point, and there are two sides, are there not, to the issue?
I'm sorry, I don't know to whether or not that was an inflection point.
Well, the inflection point relates specifically to elections, does it not?
It relates with respect to the crescendo of threats that are made to election officials.
What are they made for? Are they made for election-related reasons?
Yes.
Are they made by people, on one side who believe the election should have gone this way, on the other side they believe it should have gone this way?
I suppose it differs for every individual, but for the sentencing that was recently in front of Judge Lanza of the United States District Court for the District of Arizona, the individual, Mr. Rissi, said he was hearing news reports from family members that he had in Arizona that were alleging certain things, and he was seeing online on social media people alleged certain things, and those things made him very angry to the point that he told Supervisor Hickman that he wanted to lynch him.
So he's seeing stuff online about elections.
Mr. Rissy, yes, as I understand it.
And then you talked about the public records requests, correct?
All today. I think that's why we're here.
Do you have any knowledge or information as to whether or not people on the other side of the issue, some people say elections were stolen, correct?
Correct.
Some people say, no, they're perfectly fine and good, correct?
I would say there's gradients in between there, but both people have said both of those things.
We've got two, essentially two sides, shades of gray on, as there are with every issue. And
I reject wholeheartedly the notion that this is a policy issue that is just a debate.
you reject that it's just a debate?
Correct. I don't think this is like you and I disputing whether or not we should have a minimum wage. I don't. As a libertarian, I don't. I view this as what the truth is.
Yeah. And so I guess that what I'm trying to ask is, I mean, you have side A and side B. I believe you're saying, and you reason I'm using side A and side B is I'm trying to pigeonhole you, Republican, Democrat.
Sure.
Or one of the gradients in the middle, because you know there are gradients in the middle. But if you're A and this person is B, let's say A made the threat against the member of the Board of Supervisors, right?
Okay.
Do you have any knowledge of information if side B is doing the same thing to side A?
I know that Senator Wendy Rogers, who I believe would be in side A of your designation, has had one person who has recently been arrested for making threats to her.
Right. Okay. And I believe you're correct. I was going to bring up that example, but thank you for doing that for me.
Sure.
And would Your Honor grant me just 2 quick minutes to step out and make a quick phone call?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So nobody in this room you're aware of has ever made threats to you?
I don't know all the people in this room, but to my knowledge, no.
To your staff? Anybody at the elections?
You're broadening the net quite a bit now, and I can't speak with certainty on that.
All right. And so, do you know if anybody with the organization We the People that Shelby Bush is a member of have directed threats at you or your staff?
I'm aware that Ms. Bush has an affiliation with We the People. I don't know who the other members of We the People are.
Oh, okay. But you do know she's affiliated?
Yes, did she found it?
Well, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Strongly affiliated then.
Very strongly affiliated. But with respect to what's taking place, including the PRRs, Ms. Bush does a few PRRs, and We the People does a few PRRs to the recorder's office, correct?
She is a regular customer, and we've fulfilled many of her public records requests.
And so, are they doing anything that appears extrajudicial or extra legal to you, other than working within the system to
Objection, Your Honor.
try to make elections better?
Basis.
It's vague. If counsel could restate that. He said, are they doing anything that's extrajudicial? I'm not sure what he's asking.
All right, so we have judicial process, right, whereby We the People sends you a public records request, right?
Are you using We the People in the
As an analogy.
the entity?
The entity.
Okay. We could, like, as in We the People do this sort of thing.
No,
Yeah.
the entity, yes.
Okay.
And so they send you a public records request, and then you either choose to fill some of it and reject some of it, or choose to fill all of it. Is that correct?
I think those are the options, but we fulfill the overwhelming majority of public records requests, and I would put our performance in terms of time and professionalism of fulfillment of public records requests up against any government office in Arizona.
And so if you deny a request, do they sometimes ignore it and say, yeah, okay?
If we deny a request, we write back an email letting the requester know that the request has been denied, and then it's on the requester to how he or she would like to proceed.
Understood. And that, my bad, totally bad.
No worries.
So my question, I guess, was, does we the people sometimes just deny your denial? Or just ignore your denial and say, oh,
I don't know what they do with our denials.
well, you do know that sometimes they file lawsuits against you, though.
And you represent them sometimes. Yes.
And so that's what I'm talking about by judicial. So we have judicial, we have extrajudicial. I guess extrajudicial would be outside of the law. Do they do anything unlawful that you're aware of, to obtain records or do any of the other work they do?
I can't, I don't know the inner workings of We the People very intimately. I know that when they make a public records request, that is lawful.
You've known Miss Bush for quite some time, haven't you?
I was involved with, I think, what would colloquially be called the grassroots Republican Party from 2016. And then until about 2020, I was more active, and Miss Bush is part of that as well. And I believe she's a West Valley resident, and she was also a precinct committeeman when I was a precinct committeeman. And so we interacted mostly at large events. And then, yeah, I mean, I recognized her when she came into the courtroom today.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'd like to object to the line of questioning with a little bit of hesitancy. I'm not entirely sure where counsel is going, but I'm not sure that this line of questioning is relevant to what we're here for. His relationship with, Ms. Bush has been excluded as a witness, and so I'm just not sure what we're doing. And maybe there is relevancy that I just am not seeing, but I'm not seeing it.
Your Honor, Mr. Richard testified on behalf of the defendants with respect to, violence, all this other stuff taking place, threats, directed at people. And my client, Your Honor, does a lot, We the People does a lot of public records requests. And that was also mentioned at the same time we were talking about threats and violence and this increase in change in behavior. And so I'm simply going down the road, Your Honor. Does We the People, do they engage in that activity, Your Honor, as far as he knows? Or is their conduct, above the board? Are they doing things lawfully, Your Honor?
Let me see if I can maybe bring this back on the track. I don't think I'm prepared to, or it would be appropriate for me to decide that any one group of people or group of voters or side what is more violent or more threatening or anything than the other, if there are two sides. The way if I were to go down that road, then I would have to change the whole way I've been looking at this hearing, because then I would have to figure out, who's right and who's wrong in these debates that you talk about. I've been trying very hard to stay away from that. The way I understand the argument is more that it's a time where passions are running very high, and the release of the records would expose individuals to the kinds of threats that have been happening, as opposed to this release is going to rile up a certain group of people, if you understand what I'm saying.
I understand perfectly well, Your Honor, because that makes me happy because you understand where I'm going and what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I think I'm agreeing with you.
Yes, and so the line of questioning is aimed at ultimately getting to, you know, do my client and the experts we've retained, We the People Arizona Alliance, 2 of their members, do you have any knowledge that they harass voters? They harass people?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The plaintiff here is Kari Lake, not We the People. So We the People, he keeps referring to him as my client. We the People, his client might be his client, but they're not on the stand.
Okay.
To your earlier point.
First of all, one lawyer at a time over here. I don't let lawyers tag team me. Somebody has to be the objector on this side, and you got to stick to it. But having said that, I think the point is well taken. So, you know, if those are, let me ask you, are those people who would be handling these materials if this request were granted?
Yes, Your Honor. They are the experts we have designated to conduct this study. And if I may add, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that's the missing link. So that objection, to the extent there was an objection there, is overruled. So go ahead with your example.
And that was my point, Your Honor, of making clear to this court earlier that Shelby Bush was retained by the Arizona Senate as a liaison.
We're not going there. That I'm what I'm interested in. Your questions about whether she would threaten anybody, those are relevant. So I'm willing to hear that.
And so do you have any knowledge at all that Ms. Bush or members of We the People harass people?
I think there's a misapprehension that by making a public records request, that Ms. Bush would be the only one who could get it. It would be available, as mentioned before, to anyone in the world who made the public records request.
That
if we say this is a public record, then not only would Ms. Bush or Ms. Lake in this instance get these public records, but anyone who requested them would get them, because we fulfill all lawful public records requests, no matter who submits them. You know that we've fulfilled quite a few public records requests for your various clients.
and thank you. But and I guess, Your Honor, that's what gets back to the issue this morning, where I, tried to make the legal argument that, the best interest of the state standard is something that's got to sort of take into account the equities. And I guess, Your Honor,
we do not ask
no,
for what purpose are you going to use this, or how badly do you want it?
No, I understand, and I full well understand that that's what our courts are. And so your concern is that if you fill this request for my client, you'll have to fill it for everybody. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me what the VM34 is?
The VM34 is a cast vote record file that the elections department produces report after the board has tabulated the votes, I believe.
Okay. Can you tell me what information the VM34 contains?
The VM34 file, I believe, is the one that says who has participated in the election to date.
And it contains the voter's identification number, correct?
I did not review the VM34 file prior to this.
Okay, so you just don't know off the top of your head. Would you believe me if I told you it contains the voter's voter registration number, their name, their address, does not contain their signatures, does not contain their email address and that stuff?
Sounds right.
You know if anybody in the world can just public records request a VM34?
Containing the name, the address, and if the person has voted, yes.
You guys know more. What's a voter ID number?
It's a specific identification for that voter. So in a file, the voter wouldn't necessarily be named by his name, but by his identification number. So we assign every single voter an ID number.
Does that have anything to do with the codes that are on the early ballot envelopes?
No, those are different.
Okay, so those are unrelated.
Correct. The voter ID number would be what you get when you originally register to vote and you get it on your voter registration card.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
And so the VM34 contains the exact same information contained in that barcode on the voter's affidavit envelope. In that.
I don't see what you're getting at here. I apologize.
Getting at is, let me ask you, the VM34, anybody in the public go public records request the VM34?
Lots of voter outreach groups, but especially the political parties who get it without having to pay for it.
But as a private citizen,
Yes.
I've already told you I'm not affiliated with the party. I could go down to the recorder's office, draft up a little public records request asking for a copy of the VM34 for the 2022 general election, correct?
I think you have to pay for this one, but
Right. And all I got to do is give you money and you'll give me all of the voters who voted, voter identification numbers, names, addresses, correct?
correct. We will not give you the signature, last four of the Social Security, mother's maiden name.
But the reason it's important and the reason I ask is because you do not give Runbeck all of that information, do you, that's contained in the registration record?
Who's run back?
Well,
Running back. What are
oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Runbeck is the company that Maricopa County uses to print and sort and mail and do all the delivery stuff with respect to early ballots.
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, you know, the relevance, Your Honor, is that on direct examination, they questioned Mr. Richer about what personal information is contained within this ballot affidavit envelope. And, you know, and so it shouldn't be disclosed because that would give people information then that they could use to harass other voters. Now, if all of the information contained on the outside of that ballot affidavit envelope, Your Honor, can be obtained directly from a VM34, which Mr. Richer just told the court, I can go down, do a public records request, give them some money, and I'll get the entire report. If it's all the same information and I can get a VM34, the only difference we're talking about is a signature, Your Honor.
Right, I understand that.
Yes. And
I
that's,
don't understand where the running back comes from.
well, I'm asking him that reason, that question for a reason, Your Honor, because he testified earlier that the signature, the ballot affidavit envelope contains this barcode, it contains all this information about voters. And it's just VM34 data. And so the reason I'm asking about Runbeck is because I've got other testimony that says Maricopa County doesn't give the PII information to its vendor, Runbeck. It only gives the information it needs to mail the ballots. And so my point is, Your Honor, that it's all public information anyway, except for one feature of information, and that would be the signature.
I understand your point. Let's move on to something else.
All right. Did you first meet Ms. Bush in 2018?
I don't recollect, but it's entirely possible.
Was that around at about the time that you were asked to conduct an audit?
It's possible that it was the same time.
What audit did you conduct?
The Arizona Republican Party asked me to look at certain alleged statutory violations by the previous recorder, specifically with respect to the ballot curing time period and with the ballot duplication process and with respect to emergency voting centers.
All right, and so did you have any criticisms of the early voting process at the time?
In the relevant, maybe I'm not making myself clear enough. This doesn't have, as far as I can tell, anything to do with your public records request.
All right, Your Honor. Understood. My apologies. We had, Your Honor, discussed earlier before we started with Mr. Richer whether or not I would be able to use actual signatures and asked Mr. Richer to compare some of those with respect to two of the exhibits that we had reserved for you.
Well, we didn't get to those two exhibits. You didn't explain to me exactly what it was that you wanted to do with them. So tell me what they are, and I should be able to get them in front of me, and you can explain what you want to do, and we'll go from there.
On one side of the page, Your Honor, is...
Well, hold on, just give me a second, because I want to be able to look at it. So it's 20 and 21, 21 and 22.
21 and 22, Your Honor.
Okay, are they just two examples?
And realistically, I probably could only use maybe 21 because it was so voluminous. I had to divide it into two.
Okay. So tell me what this is and tell me what it shows.
I believe on the left side of the page, Your Honor, what it shows is a voter affidavit envelope signature. On the right side of the page, it shows exemplars contained within the voter's registration record.
Okay.
And, this, again, gets to why we want access to the records. And so...
Okay.
So, Your Honor, counsel just said that this gets to why we want access to the records. And that issue is not relevant. They get the records if they're public records and there isn't lawful justification for the recorder to withhold them. And why they want access to the records has no relevancy whatsoever.
That objection is sustained. My ruling from this morning stands. So the exhibit 21 and exhibit 22, assuming it's similar, will not be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, just a couple more questions, I suppose.
All right.
I know you testified previously that you scanned the entire face of the ballot affidavit envelope.
When the image is taken and the barcode is scanned, it does take an image of the face of the ballot, the back of the ballot affidavit envelope.
Back is where the signature is.
That's what we've been referring to it as, yes. Correct.
And the actual physical ballot affidavit envelopes themselves.
We do for a period of time. So we retain them through the canvass, and then you have 5 days to file any election contest, and then we would retain them through the election contestation period, and they would be in the vault at MIGTEC. And then after that, we would transfer them pursuant to state statute to the county treasurer, who keeps them in his vault for 24 months after he has received them.
Okay, so it's your testimony that those ballot affidavit envelopes are currently housed in the treasurer's vault.
With the county treasurer, correct.
All right. May I confer with my client for a couple of minutes, Your Honor, before wrapping up questioning with this witness?
Sure, just rather than break, why don't you just
Thank you, Your Honor.
go ahead and do that? You know what? We've been going for an hour. I don't know how long they're going to be gone. So let's just take a brief recess. You can step down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to go outside and tell them they've got a couple extra minutes. Okay,
You like me back, Your Honor?
well, let's see. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, John, just a few follow-up questions.
Actually, now that I think about it, you need to come back up anyway because they still have to redirect. So either way, yeah, the answer is yes.
I promise. Keith Bullen like that. Remember when you testified, you were talking about the ballot affidavit envelope and the phone number you put on it, that people can put on it?
Yes.
You guys verify it's the same as the one in the voter registration database?
We do not, and some people do choose to give a different phone number because maybe it's a more direct line. People seem to think that this has heightened importance as opposed to what they might put in on their voter registration card.
So you just make a phone call to?
Among other means to try and cure it, yes, we mail a letter, we call them, and we have an online program, and we email them if we have an email available, and they can also come to our facility too.
You'd also previously testified about, your belief that, it's hard to do a lot of fraud because you'd have to gather up a whole lot of ballots, correct?
Correct.
You know what the unique URL program is?
Why does, I'll ask again, why does this matter?
Okay, Your Honor, I'll just move on if I might ask him about a single exhibit. It's a news article from a business journal, Your Honor.
What number is it?
I am. I believe it's 32. Yes, Your Honor, it's 32, an article from Capital Times, I believe it's called.
The Arizona Capital Times is a local publication, yes.
It just gets more to, my contention, Your Honor, that signatures are widely available. They're widely distributed throughout society without no cause concern ever before.
I'm looking at the title. And it seems to go back into why you think you need these documents.
Well, Your Honor, I'm also, raising the argument, Your Honor, that the best interest of the state standard doesn't apply because signatures are widely available, used, and distributed, throughout our country, throughout our elections. And this article shows that, Your Honor.
Well, if that's what it's supposed to show, it's more prejudicial than probative.
All right, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Can I leave?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to work.
All right.
We'd like to call Kathy Sigmund to the stand.
Okay. Before you sit down, you could get yourself sworn in by the clerk. That'd be great.
Can
Okay,
you state and spell your first and last name?
my first name is Catherine, Catherine. Last name Sigmund, Sigmon.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that testimony.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sigmund. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great. Can you please state your full name again for the record?
Yes, Catherine Sigmund.
Thank you. Ms. Sigmund, did you vote in the 2020 general election?
Yes, I did.
And did you also vote in the 2022 general election?
Yes,
And what method did you use to vote each time?
I used vote by mail.
And did you experience a situation where people came to your home and asked you questions about your ballot and your voting history?
Yes, I did.
When did this occur?
It occurred in August 2021.
Could you describe that experience?
Yes, I was working at my computer and my doorbell rang. I believe it was a Saturday, but I wouldn't swear to it. And I looked at my camera, my front door camera, and I saw there were, I could only see 2 people, but in fact, there were 3 people at the door. I went to the door, I opened it. They said they were canvassing homes and asking about voting processes. So I was asked if I voted in the election. I said yes. And they asked if I had received at my home any voting envelopes that were for anybody who didn't live there. And I said no. And then I closed the door and thought about it for a little bit and realized I had more questions. So I opened my door and I walked down the street. They were walking down my street as well. And I could see then there were 3 people. One of them had a phone in his hand, clearly targeting specific houses and recording information. So I asked for some additional information from them. I wanted to know who they were and why they were going door to door and who had initiated the project for them to do this. They initially told me that they were doing it on their own, but I found that a little unbelievable. So I pressed them, and eventually they told me that they were organized by Liz Harris and Jim Lehman.
How did this interaction make you feel?
I was angry.
Why were you upset?
I know that my vote is safe and secure. I know that my ballot envelope, I have used it for many, many years, voting by mail. I've never had a problem. And so I was angry that anybody would question that process and also would try to get information about my vote.
Following this interaction, what actions did you take?
I found it so distressing and it made me very angry. So I posted on social media along with a picture of the people who had come to my door.
And what happened after you posted about it on social media?
I learned after that Liz Harris had seen my post, and in a Facebook Live that afternoon, which I went back and I viewed after the fact, she held up my social media post to whoever was on her Facebook Live and requested that they find the post and go in and respond to it.
Do you remember what type of comments were made on this post?
I don't remember, no.
And how did you feel at that point?
I was still pretty angry about the whole experience.
And did you report this interaction to anyone?
I didn't report it, but my state representative contacted me and asked me for further information.
Did you submit a complaint to the recorder's office?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sigmund. Now I'd like to talk about property deeds. Have you ever purchased property in Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to this case, were you aware that if you purchased property and signed those documents would be made public?
No, I don't think that ever occurred to me.
Okay. And would it surprise you to learn that indeed, if you purchase property in Arizona and you sign those documents, they become public?
I guess I had known that the documents would become public, but I didn't realize that my signed copies would be.
So even knowing now that your signature is public in that way, would you still be concerned if you knew that your signature on your early ballot affidavit envelope could be distributed to anyone who requested it?
Yes, that would concern me a great deal.
Why is that?
Because everything connected to the voting process must be kept safe and secure. My vote, no matter whether the envelope can be connected with my ballot or not, everything about that process should be private.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, I just have one. Mr. Glenn asked you a question. Are any of the responses that you got on your to your Facebook post, were any of them threatening?
I don't recall any that were specifically threatening, no, but I was very glad that my home address was not revealed.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Glad to hear your home address was not revealed as well. It's clear they had that information, isn't it?
Yes.
So that, would you agree it was respectful of them not to do that to you?
I'm glad they didn't.
All right. And so if I understood you right, 3 individuals came to your home, knocked on your door, and you talked to them, that you asked a few questions for them. And was there any hostility? Was there any anger, violence, yelling, screaming?
No.
Was it a fairly respectful conversation?
Yes.
Do you know what canvassing is?
Yes.
Have you ever been involved in politics?
Yes.
Have you ever canvassed a neighborhood?
Yes.
You've done that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so why did you go back and chase them down? Did you know they were canvassing?
I knew they were going to people's doors.
Why did you go chase them down?
I wanted to learn more information.
About who they were working for?
Mm-hmm.
And is that what angered you, who they were working for and what they were doing?
No, that's not what angered me.
Should people not be allowed to canvass?
Describing it as canvassing is maybe a misnomer. Canvassing, I associate with talking about candidates who are running in an election. This was post the election. It was asking about my ballot that I had already cast.
Yeah. Okay. And do you know that information is all publicly available through a document known as the VM34 that you can request from Maricopa County and simply pay for it and it's all yours?
No.
You didn't know that before?
No.
All right, and I'm gonna, I can't recall, did you testify that you're concerned about other people having access to your signature?
I think everything associated with the voting process should be private.
Would be private. Your vote is private, correct?
Yes.
Okay, should the fact that you voted be private?
I don't know.
And that would be a political debate we'd have to have, wouldn't it?
or a personal viewpoint.
Do you have any objections to people canvassing in a respectful and polite manner, as I'm understanding from you they were canvassing because they want to participate in their government, in their form of government?
I see that this was checking on a ballot that I had already cast, and I do not believe that that is helpful.
Okay. And did it have anything to do with the fact that you were an early voter, that you believe that's not helpful?
No.
And so if someone, instead of, I guess, canvassing for a group, would you find it as offensive to get a poll from the Wall Street Journal asking you whether you voted?
No, but this was not just whether I had voted. It was asking about the materials that had come to my house.
They asked you if you'd received more of the ballot at your.
Yes.
Is that what you found offensive?
Yes, I found that. It made me angry that somebody would be asking me about my vote, my voting process, and my voting envelope.
But you didn't get angry until they asked you if you one ballot.
I believe that was the first thing they asked.
And you ever heard of an organization called We the People Arizona Alliance?
No.
So you have no knowledge or information if they were involved in this interaction?
I have no idea.
What about, the social media post? What did it say?
I just said some people came to my door and asked me about my ballot. I honestly don't remember exactly what I wrote, but I speculated that it was connected in some way to the audit that was going on.
Okay, and you didn't agree with the audit?
I don't know.
Yeah. You don't care one way or the other about the audit?
I am not here to talk about my personal opinions. So no, I don't feel one way or the other.
Well, your personal opinions can be important, can't they? In terms of your testimony.
I don't know.
But you didn't like the canvassing. Did you feel it was connected with the audit?
I didn't know. That's what I wanted to ask.
And this interaction wasn't of the type that you felt the need to make any formal complaints with any government bodies, is that correct?
I didn't know. No, and I didn't know who I would report it to.
Do you think canvassing is a civic duty?
I don't know that I'd go that far. No.
No?
It's usually a volunteer.
Okay. And like I said, you've done it before, gone to people's doors, using lists that have all their personal information?
I don't think it has all their personal information.
Well,
their address,
enough to let you communicate with them, correct?
their name.
All right. Well, I guess I have no questions. Well, I do have one more question. What was the conversation like after you went and chased them down the street?
It was polite.
So polite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did you talk politics or?
No.
All right. Well, I'm at least happy to hear that it was a positive, maybe not a positive interaction, but it was a polite interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much for being here today, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
You can be excused or stay, whatever you like. Okay, based on our conversation the other day, we may be out of witnesses.
We have 2 more witnesses today, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go ahead and use our time then.
Okay, we'll call Hugo Polanco.
Okay. Good afternoon. Just come on up the runway. This will be your seat. Before you sit down, let's get you sworn in.
Spell your first and last name.
Francisco Polanco, Francisco. Last name is P as in Peter, Olanco.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole, nothing but the truth.
Please have a seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Polanco. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for being here today. Can you please state your full name for the record again?
Francisco Polanco.
And so you go by a nickname?
Yes, I go by Hugo.
Okay, excellent. So I want to start with your background, Mr. Polanco. Where are you currently employed?
I am a partner at Creosote Partners. We are a lobbying firm here in Arizona, representing almost exclusive profits at the Arizona State Legislature.
What type of issues do you have you lobbied for in the past?
A wide range, housing, democracy and voting rights, criminal justice, the environment. Yeah.
Have you ever represented a client before the Arizona legislature regarding issues concerning ballot affidavit envelopes?
Yes, this past legislative session, we represented the Arizona Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, who opposed a bill that would have made ballot images public.
And what was their reasoning for opposing?
They had concerns around safety for sexual and domestic victims, the ability for them to their information being exposed and their attackers being able to access that information. They feared for their safety.
Hang on a second. Yes.
I'm just going to object to the line of questioning. I'm not sure what legislation making ballot images public has to do with ballot affidavit envelopes.
Well, I think the point was what his client thought about it. I'm not too sure, though, that really is, that's really him repeating somebody else's opinion. So let's move on from that.
Okay. Has your business ever experienced harassment as a result of your lobbying work, which includes voting rights?
Our business has received harassment. We also lobby around LGBTQ and trans issues. And as a result of that advocacy, both of my business partners received threats and harassment via phone calls and emails, things of that nature.
When did this occur, if you can think of what specifically when it started?
It was this year when it started during legislative session. As a result, we had to, we're a small business, and originally we had my business partner Marilyn's phone number listed publicly as our line, and then we had the home address of Gael, my other business partner. We had her address listed as her business address. They began to fear for their safety, and so as a result, we took the steps as a company to change our business address to a co-working space that we had to sign up for and pay for. And then we signed up for a Google Voice number for our publicly listed phone number.
And during this time, did you also start to feel concerned for your safety?
I thought that I could become a target as well. I was not at the forefront of these particular issues and bills, but I am at the forefront of other issues and in the public eye. So I did begin to think that it could spill over to me as well. Yeah.
Okay. Now I want to discuss your experience as a voter. Did you vote in the 2020 general election?
I did.
And what method did you use to vote?
By mailed-in ballot.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Polanco. I want to actually start to discuss something completely different. I want to talk about property deeds. Are you aware that if you purchase property in Arizona and you sign your deed, that signature then becomes public?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever signed a property deed?
No.
Have you ever sold property in Arizona?
No.
Okay. Is keeping your signature confidential important to you?
It is.
And why is that?
I have concerns around identity theft. I know through my my work that identity theft is a big issue, and a decade ago, Maricopa County was the leading nation for identity theft, and so yeah, it is. Identity theft is a concern of mine personally.
Okay. And just to clarify, did you vote in the 2022 general election?
Yes.
And was it also by mail?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Was there any, you said that your firm also represents clients around LGBTQ rights,
Mhm.
and that you associated some of the harassment with that.
Mhm.
Can you separate it out? And were there any events that you attribute specifically to the election representation or democracy issues representation as opposed to the other representation?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Why were they hassling you?
Because of our advocacy on behalf of our clients around the LGBTQ trans issues.
Do you think that was the main cause as opposed to the election stuff?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. You, are you, I guess I'm trying to find the name now. A member of the Arizona Association of Latino Elected Officials?
It's an association I helped start as a contractor. I believe in 2015, 2014, something like that. It never got off the ground, and so it's non-existent.
Oh, okay, so it's defunct. And
Mm-hmm.
who did you do that on behalf of?
I worked with Luis Heredia, and then elected officials who in Arizona who wanted to start it.
Would that be Steve Gallardo?
Steve Gallardo was a part of it as well. Yeah.
Part of it.
Mhm.
Okay. And you don't have any affiliation with that organization anymore?
No.
Okay. Does your organization, do any grassroots stuff, door knocking, canvassing, stuff like that?
No, we are strictly a government relations and lobbying firm.
It's strictly work with the legislators.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you've got a fairly coarse source of issues and clients. Would that be fair to say?
It's varied, but yes. Mhm.
And have you ever been threatened, harassed, intimidated, or anything by my client or associated with my client?
Not personally.
Or anybody that has?
In my political circles and in my work I can't think of any examples right now, but yes.
Okay. And so we were here today to talk about ballot affidavit envelopes. And do you vote by mail?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so are you on what was it? It used to be Pebble list, but somebody corrected.
Active early voter list.
Yeah, you on that list?
Yes.
And so people routinely have access to voters' information through the VM34 and other documents they can get from Maricopa County, paying a simple fee.
I'm not sure what people you're referring to.
Anybody. So, for example, if I wanted to go down to the county, and you testified that you're a pretty private person, right? If I want to go to the county, I could go down to the county and do a public records request for a document called the VM34.
Mm-hmm.
Tells me who voted in the last election, gives me their names, address, and that stuff. And were you aware that people can access that with doing a public records request and paying a simple fee?
There are other ways to access it, like both parties can access those records as well, but yes.
Yeah, and both parties.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, have you ever had anybody canvass at your door, at your home?
Not recently, but I have in the past. I've lived in a high-rise apartment the last almost 3 years, so I don't get canvassing there.
I don't want to walk up all those stairs. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that either. Get rid of all my ice cream from me. But I mean, is that something we do in our society? We canvass and we talk to people in our community about politics, I guess.
Yes.
So that's a normal thing. All right. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Mr. Polanco, thank you very much for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Next.
We call Marilyn Rodriguez.
Come on over here, and before you sit down, we'll get you sworn in.
State and spell your first.
Marilyn Rodriguez, MARILYN RODRIGUez.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to.
Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name again for the record?
Yes, Marilyn Mariana Rodriguez,
I want to start with your background, Ms. Rodriguez. Where are you currently employed?
Creosote Partners.
And what do you do there?
I am majority owner and partner of Creosote Partners.
And what type of issues do you lobby for?
Progressive and public interest issues.
Okay. And have you ever represented a client before the Arizona legislature regarding issues concerning ballot affidavit envelopes?
Several, yes. Would you like me to list them?
Sure.
Yes, okay. So the Arizona Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, the ACLU, Lucha, Chispa are the first that come to mind. There might be several more, but that's what I can recall at this time.
Okay. And in your general experience as a lobbyist, what are some reasons why it's not a good idea to release a voter's private information that appears on the ballot affidavit envelope?
Yes, as I've stated to lawmakers in our advocacy on this issue, specifically on behalf of the Arizona Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, which represents several domestic violence and sexual assault centers in the state, the coercive control and privacy for survivors is critical. So they were very opposed to that, as well as several other clients noting the fear of the end of the secret ballot and the legitimacy of this as a measure that would do anything other than just gum up the process for elections workers and make it harder to do their job.
Your Honor, if I may raise an objection, and my objection is this, that her partner, the previous witness, she specifically asked if it was lobbied about making ballot images public. This question then becomes ballot affidavit images. And I believe the witness is talking about the ballot images being public. And so I want to be clear, so we have a clear record that the witness is testifying about the same thing she was asked.
I think that's actually a cross-examination question. If you want to clarify, you can. If not, then you can ask on cross-examination.
I was asking with respect to just you've opposed the publication of ballot affidavit envelopes,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Okay.
In any part of the ballot, yes.
In any part of the ballot?
Yes.
Okay. Now discussing your work generally, have you ever been the target of harassment as a result of your work?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about that experience, beginning with perhaps the event that led to this harassment?
Yes, I cannot remember the exact date, but it was a Senate Judiciary hearing. I was actually testifying on behalf of my client, ACES DV, on an issue related to domestic violence sentencing and pregnant persons. The chairman, Senator Anthony Kern, held me at the stand for several minutes, really kind of trying to get me to say a certain phrase that, in my opinion, was anti-trans. And that exchange where I affirmed that people who have uteruses can get pregnant regardless of their gender identity went very viral on far right media to the point where I was getting texts from clients saying, hey, did you know this has thousands of views, hundreds of views? I was getting recognized out and about, and then started to get calls from random numbers threatening violence and death. And so that was my experience most recently.
Now, despite this not being voting related, in your opinion, could this occur to you as a result of lobbying for voting issues in this climate?
In this current climate, yes.
Okay.
Why do you think that?
Yeah. Your Honor, there have been several exchanges that me or my clients have had at the legislature where it, over the years, related to democracy defense, over the years, the opposition to these issues have become increasingly violent. There are tensions, tempers that inflame. There's shouting matches that occur. We are now, with all of our clients, not just our voting rights clients, engaged in a protocol with clients where we talk about safety at the Capitol to make sure that they understand that when they're going, there's a possibility of threats of violence or intimidation. And there are circumstances that I can think of that where it has happened. If you'd like me to get into that, but I'm going to be remembering, something that I haven't immediately looked up.
Actually, I would like to, if there's one or a couple that stick out in your mind.
Your Honor, thank you. The one that sticks most prominently in my mind, and I tell this story a lot, is there were folks waving the big MAGA Trump flags who were open carrying at the Capitol and shouting we brought some kids, from communities of color to engage in Advocacy Day at the Capitol. It was for Lucha's Advocacy Day at the Capitol. And they were being shouted at as they were filing from the House to the old Capitol. And in that interaction, one of the guns fell out of the holster and clattered across the floor. Fortunately, it did not go off. Nobody was hurt. But it was an incredibly scary moment. We, as I recall, this was several years ago, but we let security know that happened. And for the rest of the day, House security was very kind in making sure that they escorted our guests throughout the Capitol that day. I believe that they were targeted because of the color of their skin, their identity, and their affiliation with an organization that is pro-democracy.
When you say affiliation with an organization that's pro-democracy, what do you mean by that?
Your Honor, Lucha was the organization. And we are often at the legislature advocating for democracy and against a lot of the attempts to either end the mail-in ballot or make any part of the ballot image public, things of that sort.
Do they recognize you? And how do people know?
Your Honor, actually, I think they do. We can recall a time when a staff or a third party overheard one of them turn to the other and point to my colleague and say, he's their leader. And again, that was another experience where it dawned on me that when in the course of doing our work, we are taking on a potential risk, and we need to make our clients aware. And the hope is that we do not have to engage or interact or experience that, but it's happened.
Go ahead.
Okay. Moving on to property deeds. Are you aware that when you purchase property in Arizona and you sign that paperwork, that your signature then becomes public?
Yes.
And do you own property in Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon. And so you, I believe, began testifying that the issues you've experienced with respect to your lobbying activities primarily derived from your work with the LGBTQ community?
Not primarily, but in that particular instance of harassment, yes.
And so we're here to talk today about, whether or not individuals can have access to an analyzed ballot affidavit envelopes. Are you aware of that?
Yes,
And you object to that, do you not?
I object.
Okay, and why is that?
I do not see a merit to taking that step that makes our elections more secure. And as I stated previously, our analysis on this is all it will do is carry the impact of making it harder for elections workers to do their jobs.
The analysis of ballot affidavit envelopes would make it harder for election officials to do their job?
Sir, let me clarify, the lack of any persuasive evidence showing that this would carry the effect that I think you are alleging.
Oh, so we're looking for the evidence to show evidence that there needs to be fixes to the machine, and well, strike that. Do you support voter IDs when voting?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Do I support, can you ask it again? Would you mind?
Do you support voters having to show an ID when voting? Okay, Your Honor, I'll withdraw that. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you concerned in part that if the images of the ballot affidavit envelopes become public records, that some people will use this information to then fan the flames of misinformation?
This is leading
Yes.
the witness, Your Honor. That's
Well, that was a leading
a
question. I think.
massively leading question.
The leading objection is sustained.
Okay. What are some of your concerns as to why the ballot affidavit envelopes should not be made public?
Everything I'm about to say, I've said to policymakers, again, in opposition to making any part of the ballot image public. And that includes the end of the secret ballot, the concept of coercive control, where if folks aren't familiar, there can be a person in a situation of intimate partner violence where they are instructed to write certain characters or in a certain manner so that later they can check to see if they were obedient in that, as well as personally identifying information being made available that people do not want made available. Those are many, some of many, excuse me, but our primary concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. No further questions.
Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can be excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we do not have any additional witnesses here today, and I'm sorry for that. But we do still have, I believe, 2 witnesses that we would like to call. Is it 2? We have 2 witnesses that we would like to call Monday.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, then that probably makes it sensible to just break for now, reconvene at 9 o'clock in the morning on Monday and finish up then. We'll hear your witnesses, and then we'll go right into closing arguments. Okay? All right, that's all for today. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, you. Your help. Oh, okay.